Folks, we're going to get started here in a second. If I could ask the commissioners who are joining us remotely, can you confirm that you can hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Kathleen, you good too?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Councillor Stevens.
Okay. Yeah. Wait, who's on there? Jesse. Okay.
No, Brent is right here. Jesse is remote.
Fire. You look shunned.
Oh.
Why don't we balance it out? Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. We'll call the meeting to order. Welcome everyone to the TGIF edition of Regina Planning Commission. We acknowledge that we are here today on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. As many of you know, there will be members of commission and delegations and members of administration who will be joining remotely. I'll ask that they turn off their cameras and microphones until such time that they are asked to speak. Reports RPC 24-16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 from today's meeting, if it all goes through, will be considered by City Council at its meeting scheduled for Wednesday, June 12th at 1 p.m. And so for delegations joining us who wish to speak again at Council, the deadline to register as a delegation for the June 12th City Council meeting will be 12 p.m. on Monday, June 10th. Should today's special meeting not afford us enough time to complete the agenda, I hope it does. We'll be meeting again on June 10th at 4 p.m. and the clerk's office will email delegations directly with any updates following today's meeting in the event that the June 10th, 2024 special meeting is required due to time constraints today. All right. So I know for members of the public who are watching, I went through a lot of numbers there. I'll be very clear about when it's time to speak, as well as what reports are actually addressing which issue. So could I get a motion for approval of the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the list of delegations? Need a motion? Brent, thank you. Any opposed? All right, seeing none. Is it a question of minutes for this meeting?
No.
No, thank you. All right. So because it's a call of the chair, there might be a bit of a disruption in the order. We're going to first start with RPC 24-16, which is zoning amendment for 1102 North Fleet Street. And the first delegation we have is Elizabeth Churko. This will be a standing rule for everybody who comes to the podium here. You have 5 minutes. I typically like to police that more rigidly depending on the number of delegations. I think we might have quite a few. And just be sure to state your name and any organization you are representing for the record. So I'll get things started. When you have time, go ahead.
My name is Elizabeth Churko. I'm just speaking for myself. I live in Uplands on the 1000 block of 12th Avenue North, which is directly across Winnipeg Street from sections 1 and 2 of the area that's proposed to be rezoned to industrial heavy. I moved into the community in 2022 with my family. My father also grew up in the community, and I have several relatives who still make their homes there today. It's a quiet residential neighborhood with low crime rates and many families who live there. I actually saw something recently that stated it was voted the best community in Regina, and if it were not for the peace and safety that we found in this area, we may not have chosen to move into the city when we did. The area is attractive enough to make up for the current challenges of the existing industrial heavy area that is not far away, though notably not directly adjacent. But it does suffer from constant disturbances from those areas which spill over. Disturbances that impact the use and enjoyment of properties in this area even as things are today. The smells from the refinery affect outside living significantly at times. On days when the scent is bad, people cannot go outside for extended periods of time, and the smell can even creep into homes. Even on days when the scent is more mild, it can be very bothersome. Light pollution is another issue, as there are not only plenty of lights in the current industrial heavy area, but the refinery also produces steam and smoke that traps the light pollution, causing unnatural brightness in the area, especially in the winter. Trains passing through generate noise and shake the ground and structures. They've kept me up at night on many occasions. Those are some of the current trade-offs of living in this area. As of right now, there's still some balance in spite of those challenges, and the people in this community love the area. Rezoning the proposed area to invite more industry is asking members of the neighboring community, like myself, to make more sacrifices, which tips the balance for many people living in the area. Since the letter that went around, I've already heard people discussing leaving the area rather than deal with increased disruptions from nearby industry. I've invested both time and money into making my home into a beautiful place, and I'm very concerned about the impact of the proposed zoning changes on the use and enjoyment of my property, as well as the value of my property. The city's responses to these concerns have done nothing more than indicate that regulation is in place to mitigate those concerns. I assume that the industries currently operating nearby conform to those regulations, and I can confirm that even though they're farther away, they are still disruptive to the community for all of the reasons that I've mentioned. Increased industrial heavy zoning will increase the number of parties causing these types of disturbances, causing a greater impact on the community. Other concerns noted are heavy truck traffic on Winnipeg Street, which is also an important consideration that it impacts residents. Community members are not necessarily well versed in city planning, and they're busy with the day-to-day aspects of their lives. I, for one, was really challenged to be able to complete the survey sent out within the designated response time. I also responded accept only with significant changes, but with the stipulation that the borders of the designated area be reduced to include only the areas on Fleet Street, which are areas 9 and 10 on the map. And I did not see that response reflected on the report. I regret responding that way as I don't feel well represented in the findings of the survey with the omission of my comments. It was also really challenging for me to attend this meeting on such short notice as I was for many of community members. In addition, canvassing a larger area might offer more individuals a chance to respond, but does feel diluted to the concerns of those who would be most impacted by the changes. I'm not opposed to economic growth, which was the big point of this, but I'm wholly opposed to rezoning the area between Winnipeg Street and the railroad tracks to an industrial heavy zone because of the significant impact this decision will have on uplands. Without significant changes to the border of the intended rezoning area, the impact is too great to the established nearby communities to move forward with. My suggestion is that the RPC either refer the application back to administration or deny the application at this time. In conclusion, the report on the proposed zoning amendments acknowledges the impact on the residents of this area, but makes very little attempt to resolve the very human concern that the individuals and families who have built their lives in this area would face. This area grew up understanding that the adjacent area would eventually be developed into housing. That didn't happen, and there's a clear reason for it. Residential areas suffer from the presence of heavy industrial operations being too nearby. Regulations might limit various types of pollutants, sound, light, air, and etc., but those factors remain disruptive even at legal levels and even at a greater distance than that proposed in this report. The proposed changes are intensely concerning for residents like myself, and either the borders for the proposed industrial heavy area need to be carefully reconsidered, or this application needs to be rejected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll ask members of commission if they have any questions. Go ahead, John.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. Through the chair, is there an appropriate buffering that you think might be appropriate based on your experience with the existing industrial development that's a little south of that right now?
Now, I'm no expert in this, obviously, and I know that city planning is more nuanced than I would be able to address. I do think that the current area does impact our area, and I'm not sure what the distance is, but that impact is significant. I had suggested that the railway tracks be the cutoff when I suggested areas 9 and 10. But that is, you know, I'm no professional or anything like that. That's just my suggestion.
Thank you.
I had some questions of my own. So just to be clear, you moved in the neighborhood, you knew the refinery's there, it's been there since the 1930s, and that was okay, correct? So there's still some problems, and you're willing to live with the current level of stink, lights, and sound, is that correct?
It's not ideal.
Okay.
It's not ideal.
All right. But you moved in the neighborhood knowing that there was a refinery next door, correct?
I did.
And again, the leading concern then is that this massive expansion will just amplify and make worse all of those different environmental concerns, is that correct?
Exactly, and right now, as I said, the balance I think is challenging for many people, and so I chose to move into this area. I know many people who wouldn't, in spite of those challenges. So I do think that the balance is near to a point where people will begin to leave the area if they already haven't.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, in terms of your opposition, is it to the entirety of the project or just the most western section of the land that's being proposed here?
As I've said, I believe that my response was to, if this if this rezoning happens, it should be focused on the Fleet Street side of things. I think that moving west of the railway tracks is going to have an impact on our community.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Go ahead, Maynard.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your presentation as well. I was curious, you alluded to it, and I realize your response will be subjective, so don't worry about being specific, but you talked about the traffic, train traffic and truck traffic. Has that significantly increased in the last, I don't know, year or two? Is that what you're saying?
I've only been here since 2022 in my current space, and I do think that there's, so I can't really speak of how it's changed over time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions, so thank you very much. You may return to the gallery. Oh, all right, sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't notice
sure.
the blinks.
No, all good. Thanks, Elizabeth. It was very good of you to come out on a Friday. I was just curious, to your knowledge, has there been any outreach from the refinery itself to the community, just in terms of, this is our expectation in terms of the lands, or this is our plan for future development? Has there been any direct outreach to the community that you're aware of?
Not at all, with the possible exception, if you count this, is that I occasionally get a fridge magnet, just saying, here's what you do in case of an emergency.
Yeah. Understood. Thank you.
All right, now I see no other questions from commission. So if you could please just return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And the next delegation is Bev Loon.
Sorry, go ahead.
You ready?
When you're ready, go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Do I push the button here?
It's already on. Yeah, if there's a
Okay.
red light going,
Never been
you're
this way
set.
before.
It's all right.
Okay, not a problem. My name is Bev Leung. I've been a resident of Uplands since 1980. I've been in the same crescent since 1980, Andrews Crescent. We have backed on to the rail line all this time. We have done with the refinery all these years. So we can address any of those questions that you've been asked, but I'll get the presentation underway. I'm representing a few, or maybe more than a few, homeowners in Uplands. Our concern is the changing of the bylaw from light industry to heavy industry in the land parcel that's slated to be built on the canola crushing plant. We fully support the investment made by the co-op. We adamantly oppose the location. We're going to go first with the economical impact on our value homes. After reaching out to a local real estate agent in the city for more than 40 years, we found it has been concluded that a negative impact on the value of our properties will range from 3 to 5%. That's just the beginning. I'm going to go with the health impact. N-hexter, the chemical used to extract canola crushing from the seed, has been shown to cause major health damage to people who have received chronic exposure, particularly through the inhaling. Acute inhalation exposure to hexane is associated with mild CNS depression, and CNS effects include dizziness, giddiness, slight nausea, and headaches. Chronic inhalation exposure to hexane has also associated with semi-motor polyneuropathy, nepathion in humans with numbness in the extremities, muscular weakness, blurred vision, headaches, and fatigue. There is no antidote to this particular posing. environmental impact. We have included in this package some reports from various levels of government worldwide about the industrial smog and levels of acceptable emissions on communities close to major industrial sites. In Saskatchewan, we have the highest emissions in Canada and the weakest environmental bylaws to protect our environment. With various Saskatchewan industries not being held to the highest standards, our future generations are going to suffer from poor decisions we are making now. We are also concerned about a devastating effect that a canola crushing plant might have if there is an explosion. Not just our property, but in the wetlands and other local businesses and companies. The Lewis Dreyfus plant exploded in 2014. The Yorkton mayor, Bob Mallory, said, to BC, the damage appears to be extensive. Although only one person was injured, he said he felt the explosion in his office more than a kilometer away. Noise. Included noise from the building process buildings from the future plant will have a crushing effect on our quality of life, forcing homeowners to stay inside instead of enjoying the fresh air in our yards. Between the traffic of Winnipeg Street North, the train, the construction, and the daily operations of this canola plant, it will greatly deter people from getting out to enjoy our wonderful activities. We have the power to protect our future generations by declining the change in this bylaw and asking FCC to find a better location for this plant. I thank you.
Thank you. Questions from commission? Go ahead.
Thanks for your presentation. You asked us to ask the question, so I'll ask the question.
Yeah.
Give you an opportunity, excuse me. So have you, in the last number of years, noticed increase in traffic, train and heavy truck traffic as well?
Incredibly.
Okay.
When we moved out there in 1980, the road that they use now is a country road. We fought to get that country road covered with some type of asphalt to cut down on the amount of dust that was coming in the houses that back onto that road. We fought for 2 years to get it on because the traffic was being caused because the cooperative upgrader decided to change their entrance to entrance gate 6, which is directly behind my house. All the dust that was coming off of that road was clearing right into our house. Not only that, but they had also the road that went in, we had to get them to pave because the dust was so thick. Now, that's just an example of the type of stuff we've had in our yard. Think about the fact that you're sitting outside with your animals and your dogs, and you put on a mask on your daycare kids and come in with a mask full. Now, if that type of thing is acceptable in anybody's life, I don't accept it. And secondly, the fact remains is that if you can increase the amount of traffic, it'll only get more. Now, obviously, your plan is to obviously pave it and widen Winnipeg Street. You have given us nothing but problems from the beginning. You told us the trains were going to leave. The trains are still there. Surprise, surprise. Now we got this trucking route that people say they're not supposed to be on, but they're using it. Once again, we've been out there begging the city to stop it, and they have done nothing for us. Secondly is the smell. We have to put up with the smell from the refinery in the early days. Fortunately enough, it has been dealt with, but that doesn't stop the smell from the actual canola crushing plant lingering in the sky over our over uplands and encasing all of us. If there's a wind, guess where it's going? Down through line to Glencairn, to Creeks, to all that places in the East End. So it's not going to be just us that will be affected by this. It'll be all eastern Regina. So keep that in mind, that this is a great thing. I won't have any problem with it. Move it further north. That's all we want. Move it further north.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Jordan, go ahead.
Thanks for your delegation. I appreciate the specificity that you offered with your health concerns that you brought up. I can't say half those words either, so I think you did just fine. I'm curious if you would be able to let us know where you found that information.
I submitted one of the forms. There was a form from the government of Alberta where they have soul crushing forms, and from Ohio, which is where I think the Viterra Corporation is combining, that's where their headquarters are. There isn't a lot of information, and we reached out to the U of R and the U of S, and they hadn't gotten back to us on that more so.
Thank you. Okay, so I think you did a good job of explaining the health effects that you're concerned about. I didn't notice, and forgive me if you mentioned it, is there a setback or a distance that is considered safe that you're aware of in any of the research that you've done?
Not that we've had any research done on, has not been anything at all. They have suggested originally there was going to be a buffer, and that would probably cut down on the noise, but that may not address the overall loud noise of operating.
Right.
We know that the plan that we I looked at Viterra and not this one, they indicated that they were going to put a roundabout in, which would mean the trains would come in, make a circle and go out. They said it was going to be enclosed, but from our understanding, that particular product that's produced, most people that are working in the area cannot work more than 8 hours. After that, they have to leave. We have other environmental impacts, though you may not know it. There's a beaver living out there, and he's got his habitat out there. And there's various habitats along the way that are very used by geese and birds and other animals that are in the area. So you would have to destroy those in order to get that in.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I guess coming back to the health concerns specifically, and I recognize that there were a lot of concerns. I think your concerns were well articulated. But if we're focusing specifically on the health concerns,
Right.
Would it give you some peace of mind if the professionals that we talk to can articulate to this commission that they've looked into that and that the health concerns, while legitimate concerns, also have are also able to be spoken to? Would that give you
I don't want
peace
health
of mind?
concerns to be weighed on the same scale
Okay.
as corporation, because that's not fair. Corporations operate their businesses.
Right.
They need to operate, and that particularly needs to be addressed in the fact that we want to support this.
Right.
We're not against it. But the health concerns, you can't get back.
Well,
You just can't.
And that's my question, is
Yeah.
would you feel peace of mind if there were legitimate information was brought to this commission that said that distances or scrubbing or technology or some, I don't know what it is, I'm not
Right.
making an argument for it, but
Yeah.
would it give you peace of mind if that was available?
Still, it would outweigh the cost that we would absorb within our community.
Okay.
The noise and also the depreciation of our lands.
Okay, thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Bev, you may return to the gallery.
Thank you very much.
I couldn't quite see who was, you can please go back, but just a comment. I think there was someone who was responding to a question about the findings. Are you scheduled to speak?
No, she's not. She just made this up with me.
Oh, okay, all right. I would have called you up and you could have answered, but thank you, yeah. The next delegation is Shailene Salazar. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I'm Shailene Salazar, a resident of Ward 7 and a homeowner in Uplands since 1998. Our house is right across the street from the land that is proposed for heavy industrial rezoning. We are not against economic development and the creation of jobs in Regina. We are against having heavy industrial developments across the street from our home that may risk our health and safety and will negatively impact the value of our home. We are depending on the value of our home to sustain us well into our retirement. An expansion will increase the amount of traffic going past our neighborhood, and there will be an increased risk of further fires and explosions and further impacts to the water, air, and soil. We will be exposed to more noise and odor. Since we moved to Uplands, we have endured an expansion of the refinery in 2008, including 5 new processing units, 14 additional storage tanks, a new cooling tower, and other substations and systems. There's been a lack of consultation. In February, I learned about a proposed zoning bylaw change from a public notice from city officials. We were given 2.5 weeks to submit our comments. The public notice only indicated that an applicant was requesting a change to the zoning of the land and did not state who the applicant was. I suspect many residents of Uplands don't know what is even being proposed. Secondly, you as a commission do not have all the pertinent information today to make such a rezoning decision. City officials are deferring all policy review for the discretionary use application review process. This isn't good enough. They have highlighted that the rezoning supports the economic prosperity objectives of the city's strategic priorities and the Design Regina official community plan. However, they have failed to provide how it will meet the other priorities in environmental sustainability and community safety and well-being. Within the Design Regina community plan, one very important policy on land use and built environment has been ignored. On page 42 of the plan, and I quote, "Consider heavy industrial development only where it can be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the city that the proposed development is in accordance with an approved secondary plan or concept plan, is compatible with adjacent land uses and the natural system, and meets all regulatory requirements." The Planning Commission and City should not be reviewing a rezoning application before it has answers to more than "it'll create jobs." Once you approve the rezoning, there is no going back. The land will be regarded as heavy industrial, period. And it sends a positive message to the refinery that their expansion is okay. I encourage you to review my written submission that outlines how the refinery has impacted the environment. I wish to remind you that in August of 2022, the City of Regina sued the Co-op Refinery for more than $4.5 million to deal with wastewater contaminated by oil and grease in May of 2020, and that there have been several fires and explosions at the refinery. How can a refinery with its risks to public safety and the environment be located directly across the street from residential homes and a public park and recreation area, and approximately 4 blocks from an elementary school? Would you want to live across the street from a hazardous facility with tall structures blocking the morning sunrise, with pipes emitting hazardous materials into the air, and wondering if there will be a fire or explosion that could take out your house and your family? What consideration has been given to the city's emergency response infrastructure on such a development? Why is the refinery not required to provide a buffer like is outlined for Evraz? Therefore, I urge you, especially to the public members who are not motivated by a fall election, to deny the rezoning application until a thorough consultation has been completed by the Co-op Refinery and city officials, a complete and thorough review by city officials of such a development on other citywide policies and priorities, and when the Co-op Refinery is able to provide a concept plan for their expansion that demonstrates it is compatible with adjacent land uses and the natural system and it meets all regulatory requirements for all levels of government.
Your timing was impeccable. Thank you very much. Any questions from commission? Maybe I just have one. So basically you want us to consider denying it on the basis that you flip the order around. In other words, all of the homework's done, the environmental assessment, alignment with land uses adjacent, and then this would come back and then we can talk about zoning once all those boxes have been checked. Is that correct?
Yes, I feel like you don't have the information today to make a decision on considering a heavy industrial use without all those answers and without the considerations. Because once it's a heavy industrial, yes, I understand there's this other process. However, you've sent a very, very strong message to the community of Uplands and other communities that are on the downwind of everything that comes out of there, but also just to the refinery that, you know, the Planning Commission is okay with this.
Thanks.
Without having your answers.
I'm going to ask a hypothetical question. So let's say all that work was done. We put this on pause. It's likely that some of the information wouldn't be able to be made public, but let's say that the commission or council was able to review it privately, but we had it. And let's say that the findings actually checked out. And so some of these health concerns, environmental concerns are addressed. They're not as severe as people suspect. Would you have confidence in that process if the assessment independently conducted was supportive of the project?
There's still the aesthetic of living across the street from this industrial, and the value of our homes are just as other neighbors have pointed out.
Okay.
Like like I said, we are counting on the value of our home to sustain us well into retirement, and when we're in a personal care home, we can sell our house and move in.
Okay, so, and I appreciate the honesty, but just to be clear,
It would
even if everything
alleviate
checked
some,
out.
it would alleviate some concerns,
Okay.
but it won't alleviate all of it.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. I see no further questions. I would encourage you to return to the gallery and stick around for the rest of the debate. The next delegation is Zane Davey. And I believe Zane will be joining us remotely. Zane, are you online? Can you hear us? If you can hear me, just say, yes, I can hear you. Maybe not so much.
Good afternoon. Hello?
Yeah, it is this Zane?
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Actually, Zane, if
I
you could
appreciate it.
state
Good
your
afternoon.
name and the organization you represent for the record, please.
Of course. Of course, appreciate it. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission and Administration. My name is Zane Davey. I am calling from Calgary, Alberta, and I'm a community planner with BNA representing Earth King 135 Ventures Limited. Earth King are the owners of the Somerset lands, which are adjacent to this proposal. Somerset is an improved future mixed-use neighborhood that will accommodate roughly 2,800 residents. On behalf of my client, we acknowledge this application and wish to provide conditional and tentative support subject to a number of considerations. We would like to remind the committee of expectations and standards that ought to be upheld for the sake of existing and future residences throughout the area if this zoning bylaw amendment is to be recommended to council for approval. The application before the Commission aims to amend the Regina zoning bylaw by rezoning property from the urban holding zone to the industrial heavy zone, including amending select standards within the Part 5C industrial heavy zone of Chapter 5 regarding building height limits and adding transportation terminal, i.e. rail yards, from a permitted to a discretionary use, where it is to be located within 300 meters of properties zoned residential or mixed use. The applicant has emphasized that these zoning amendments are necessary to accommodate potential expansion of the industrial land uses north of the Co-op refinery complex, while considering the applicant's intended developments of canola processing, renewable diesel production, and a rail yard. We understand that the subject property is identified as an existing approved employment area per the OCP Group Growth Map, Map 1, which supports commercial and industrial land uses. The location is immediately adjacent to an existing petroleum refinery operation, allowing for an opportunity of industrial clustering and alignment with already vacant land zoned industrial heavy zone to the north. It is our understanding that the lands to the immediate north of this proposal were zoned heavy industrial as part of the city's boundary adjustment / annexation process and therefore were not subject to a public hearing. With this in mind, however, we are concerned that the following application was omitted from establishing any accordance with an approved secondary or concept plan as per the provisions of the official community plan noted under both policy 2.12.2 and 7.25, as administration has deemed it unnecessary. Notwithstanding, to place all revisions at the discretionary use application process does raise concern concerning the pressures that will arise at the permitting stage. It is our request that given this rationale, all expectations and standards be met at the discretionary use application process, with the consideration of existing and residential proximity front of mind. This includes supporting secondary or concept plans if deemed necessary, all required technical reports / studies, i.e. transportation impact assessment, servicing study, etc., risk hazard assessment study, community impact analysis, aquifer protection plan, an opportunity for the public to review proposed developments and comment, land use compatibility, meeting all impact mitigation efforts, and finally meeting all regulatory requirements. These studies and processes should be comprehensive in nature and tied to the specifics of any development proposal to clearly identify potential impacts and to ensure appropriate impact mitigation measures are in place to support land use compatibility between existing / future residential and the development of this employment area. To conclude, we respectfully ask for the committee to conditionally support the application while ensuring that the safety and well-being of existing and future residing residents be upheld. We would be happy to answer any questions arising from members of the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions from Commission? Zane, I have one. When Somerset was first proposed, it's my understanding that the refinery complex actually opposed the construction of that neighborhood on the basis of potential environmental hazards, along with the Saskatchewan Health Authority, or its equivalent at the time. Am I correct in that memory, and do you have any response to that?
Certainly throughout the rezoning process that recently took place, as well as the approved amendment to the concept plan that was recently approved by Council, there were mentions noted by the Saskatchewan Health Authority of concerns. However, again, the original approval did take place in 2013, as well as this now subsequent concept amendment approval. So through regulation and the approval processes, it was deemed appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any lights here for Commission to ask questions, so I'd encourage you to keep watching, but I'd ask that you remove yourself from the call, please. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Our next delegate is Patrick Bergerman. And I believe Patrick will be joining us remotely. Patrick, if you could state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes. Okay. Patrick, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. I'm not sure if you heard my simple instructions there, but if you could just state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Can do. This is Patrick Bergerman calling in from Federated Cooperatives Limited. Appreciate having the opportunity to speak to the Regina Planning Commission about our rezoning application. So Federated Co-op is a wholesaling, manufacturing, and administrative marketing cooperative that serves more than 160 local co-ops across Western Canada, like Sherwood Co-op, locally in the Regina community. Together, FCL and local co-ops like Sherwood form the cooperative retailing system. We operate in over 650 communities and serve over 2 million members and customers with products and services that help grow, build, feed, and fuel individuals across Western Canada. The Co-op Refinery Complex and Co-op Ethanol Complex are wholly owned subsidiaries of FCL. The rezoning application that is forward in front of the Planning Commission today is related to our energy roadmap, which is part of our path to compliance as an organization under the Canadian Clean Fuels regulations. In part because the Clean Fuels regulations, or the CFR for short, are related to decarbonization of the transportation fuels across the country, part of the intent behind the energy roadmap for our organization is preservation of the refinery itself in Regina and the economic activity in the Regina community that is associated with it. As proposed in events like the open house that we held in the Regina area on November 7th, 2023, where we shared the designs that we have for a renewable diesel facility as well as a canola crush facility. The collection of the two assets are what we refer to as the integrated agricultural complex. So to the north of the existing refinery assets in Regina, we've proposed a 1.1 million metric ton canola crush facility as a joint venture with AGT Foods. This would supply renewable plant-based feedstock for renewable diesel productions. We have a 15,000 barrel per day renewable diesel facility that would be planned to go towards Fleet Street that would produce pure renewable fuels that can be used to help decarbonize the transportation pool across the country, including in Saskatchewan. The economic impact of these investments has been calculated by Economic Development Regina at $7.4 billion to the local economy in the Regina area. It's expected to create 5,500 jobs during construction and over $1.6 billion in labor income during that time frame. We expect 1.3 million gross metric tons of emissions will be captured annually as a part of the efforts that we're making here, reduced from the environment. That's the equivalent of taking 290,000 cars off the road per year. The annual economic impacts of the investments are not just held to the renewable diesel facility or the canola crush facility itself. This is also, as I said earlier, a preservation of the economic impact of the Co-op Refinery Complex in Regina. We will need to transition our assets to be in line with the low carbon economy in order to sustain operations long term. And this is really a key part of our ability to do so. Having the opportunity to build new assets in very close proximity to the existing refinery has both an economic and environmental impact that we are well aware of. We need to be able to provide the feedstock to the refinery within close proximity, or it will actually increase emissions by having to transport the feedstocks to the refinery assets. Obviously, there's also an economic impact of having to transport the renewable feedstocks from further afield. So rather than create additional emissions with the transport of feedstock to the renewable diesel facility, it makes good sense to have the feedstock within close proximity of the existing assets. We've had good engagement from the community on the November 7th open house that we held in Regina, and appreciated. We had a spectrum of opinions that were shared with us. We've recorded all of the input that we received during that event, and we'll make sure when we go through the upcoming processes with the city that we're respectful of that feedback and that we have the opportunity to finalize our designs, which we're not at that stage yet. We've begun to already incorporate some of the input that we had from the open house as we look to finalize designs of the facility. We look forward to having the opportunity to put this transformational project in place for the Regina community, and rezoning the lands is an important first step for us having the chance to do so.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. Are there questions from Commission? Jordan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your delegation. I I'm curious if you can help me to understand some of the details of what's proposed. I'm not sure if you'll know all the details, and that's okay if you don't. Just while we have you here, I'll ask. So some of the concerns that were raised from some of the delegates so far were about health. One of the claims that I understood was that there's a limit on a portion of what's being proposed of 8 hours that employees can stay present. Do you know about this?
I wouldn't have the specifics of the study that was shared by some of the previous delegates. I would say that we are certainly very engaged with the Saskatchewan government through the Ministry of Environment on the regulatory process to ensure that we've captured and studied all of the various impacts, whether they be noise, traffic, or any other environmental concerns around the development. And as we work through towards final proposals, we'll be able to continue to participate in some of those mechanisms through the province as well as the city.
Okay. I guess, are you aware of any health impacts that have already been taken by the companies that are involved to help mitigate? Like, has anything come up already that plans have been made to improve the situation?
Yeah, good question. So through the chair, we one of the areas that we are proactively addressing is related to some of the odors from the facility. So we've looked at some of the more advanced scrubbing technologies that are available in the marketplace to ensure that we've reduced as much as possible the potential odors from the facility to ensure that we're minimizing those impacts. So studies that we've done along with the Ministry of Environment provincially suggested that the scents from the facility were not anticipated to regularly trigger beyond what was acceptable levels. But in spite of that, we felt it was best to be proactive and ensure that we were taking into consideration some of the feedback we got from the open house event on November 7th, and thus have included that into our designs.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you. Christopher, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Patrick, I appreciate your presentation and obviously highlighting the economic opportunity is significant, and I appreciated that. I did just want to ask you, because I had attended the November 7th open house that you guys had put on, and I maybe confused myself, but at that time you had some maps for where the proposed crushing plant would be, and it was, in my mind, it was actually a little further north than the lands that are actually being proposed at the Commission's meeting today. Was there a change in strategy, Patrick, that you're aware of, or am I confused? And again, I was just looking at, your own Q&A documents from the website for the canola crushing plant, and it was the lands for the plant were directly east of Everest, and so it was a full quarter section north of the refinery. And I'm just a little confused. I wondered if something had changed, or if there's just a broader change to the concept plan. Could you talk to that at all? Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Certainly can. Appreciate the question. Through the chair, it's possible that the canola crush facility design that you have in mind may be related to the location of Viterra's proposed development. So we would be very open to moving the facility further north, but are limited in our ability to do so due to the announced project from Viterra. So their intention behind that facility is is very similar to our own in that they see tremendous opportunity for Western Canadian farmers and for the Regina economy to participate in clean fuels production. And our proximity with the refinery asset is certainly one that is compelling for Viterra's project, as well as our own. That's why there's significant interest. Even Cargill's project at the Global Transportation Hub was with the intent in mind that there's an emerging opportunity to produce transportation fuels from plant-based solutions rather than from crude oil. So there's definitely industrial recognition that as the clean fuels regulations come into force, that there's a great opportunity for Western Canadian farmers to see a new market for their production. The actual site and location of what we have proposed, there's potential that that's getting intertwined with what was being proposed by Viterra, which is just to the north of us.
Yes, you're absolutely correct, and my apologies. That is exactly the case in terms of what I'm looking at. That being said, if I may, I believe in your presentation you did imply that the actual diesel refinery, the model for that would, at least at this time, is more on the Fleet Street side and as opposed to the Winnipeg Street side. Is that fair to say?
That's the current design that we have in place, yes, is that the renewable diesel production asset would be to the east of the existing refinery along Fleet Street. So we are towards the tail end of front-end engineering and design of that facility. And things, I mean, could develop as we get more information, but that's the intended location of the renewable diesel facility. We think it makes most sense in that location.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Patrick, I don't see any other questions, so I'd encourage you to keep watching, but I'd ask that you leave the call now, please.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Commission, I'd ask for a motion to receive and file communication RPC 24-7 from Bev Leung. All right, Jordan, any opposed? Carried. All right, so we can open up on 24-16, 1102 North Fleet Street. I will ask Jeremy Fenton to introduce the report, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Regina Planning Commission. This agenda item addresses proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw, including a rezoning pertaining to property at 1102 North Fleet Street. The applicant, Federated Cooperatives Limited, has applied to rezone 290 hectares of land located in the northeast, directly adjacent to the present co-op refinery complex, from the urban holding zone to industrial heavy zone. The subject property is owned by the city. However, the applicant has an option to purchase it. In addition to the proposed rezoning, in addition to the proposed industrial heavy zone, it is also proposed that the holding overlay zone apply to a portion of the subject property near Winnipeg Street. The purpose of this measure is to withhold development until further environmental testing is done on these parcels in accordance with the recommendations of an environmental site assessment. And of course, we'll be open to questions later if you want more details on that. Finally, amendments to the industrial heavy zone itself are proposed. These amendments relate to height standards and the applicability of the discretionary use review procedure. Just want to emphasize, Mr. Chair, that this application is for zoning bylaw amendments only, not a proposed development. However, I'm happy to provide a brief overview in terms of how residential proximity relates to future development applications as follows. Heavy industrial uses involving light, odor, or noise nuisances or involving hazardous materials must be reviewed through the discretionary use procedure. Additionally, development on the high sensitivity aquifer area must also be reviewed as a discretionary use, which applies to a majority of the subject property. It is through the discretionary use process that residential proximity and mitigation measures will be considered. This process will involve the following: additional public engagement and the submissions of various studies, including the following: a community impact assessment to measure the potential impacts on residential proximity as well as mitigation measures, aquifer protection plan to demonstrate the intent for ensuring that the aquifer is protected, and other various studies. Sorry, my computer just timed out. But to conclude, based on the fact that we have assurance that the residential proximity will be assessed and properly dealt with through discretionary use procedure, and due to the many potential benefits of this, what this rezoning can allow for and can accommodate, obviously the expansion of a key strategic industrial area, the administration is recommending approval.
Thank you. For starters, I'll need someone to move the report, and then we can go into questions and comments. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate the report that's been provided. Forgive me for my ignorance, because I'm a bit new to this, but would this process be, in your estimation, typical of a fairly large industrial development? And by that I specifically mean, is it typical that you would rezone first, then proceed with a variety of detailed studies, or is it typical that you would do the detailed studies and then rezone it? Is this different than what you would normally do?
Who'd like to take that? Go ahead, Autumn.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question, and I think it's a good one. We have seen rezoning come in before the application for the particular use, and when this occurs, I would state that it's not uncommon, but we ensure that it meets policy within the official community plan, and that there's mechanisms that would take place to address any future concerns. And in this case, this particular piece of property is identified as an existing employment area. There's the same zone, both north and south, and surrounding the property. It's not intended to stay in the UH zone indefinitely. And so through that review and through the assessment of the policies that support employment lands on this property, we felt that it was, the recommendation to rezone was possible at this time. So we have seen it both ways, and appreciate the question, but yes, it is common and possible to rezone ahead of an application for use.
And again, forgive me for my ignorance, but typically are the cost of those studies shared by the proponent and the city, or are they typically done by the city as part of your due diligence?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant will supply the information that is needed to prove out the development.
And when you say that this particular parcel of land is, quote, not intended to stay in UH zone for much longer, that's because it was identified largely for industrial development in the OCP?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, the lands are identified as employment lands in the official community plan. The urban holding zone, or the UH zone, is a zone that's used when land's not ready to go into their intended use as identified in policy, and is typically usually farmed or something that's not typical of urban development. When it is ready to go into production and urban uses are identified in our zoning bylaw, then it needs to be rezoned to the proper zone.
Right. And just for my benefit, could you just briefly describe what you mean by employment zone? Can you just describe that term?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm going to ask Mr. Mario to provide that.
Through the chair, there is a definition within the OCP. I can't recite it, but essentially it means non-residential land use, where the primary land use would be a place of employment, as the name would suggest. So it could be commercial, but it also could be industrial of some sort as well.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I hope your response is the same to me, that this is a good question. This isn't specific to this development, but more general as well. So when it refers to high sensitivity aquifer and all the different studies, who determines that, when those studies are done, who determines that those thresholds are adequately addressed? Like, who, is it somebody in administration, or how are those concerns, we as a committee, how do we know those concerns have been addressed?
Through you, Chair. Great question.
She says it to everybody.
There is additional information submitted with the application, and we will review them administratively. We have people on staff that are have the capacity and capability to do that. When it's in the high aquifer zone, it does come to council for a decision.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Great response.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Thank you. As my colleagues say, thanks for the, I agree, thanks for the report. My first question I'm asking because I want to make sure that I understand exactly what I'm going to be making a recommendation on, and also with hopes of giving some of the people who are here in the delegation some clarity and some comfort. If this goes ahead today, there will still be capacity to make sure that health concerns, noise concerns, concerns about odors, concerns about traffic are reviewed in the future. This isn't sort of an all systems pass for any and all development that would be considered heavy industrial. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Through you, Mr. Chair. We have provided that information to folks that have inquired as well, and provided them the information that was provided in the report. So really it's any activities that are causing light, odor, noise, nuisance, or involve hazardous materials. They're reviewed through the discretionary use process. We do this on a case-by-case basis, and if needed, we require mitigation measures. We do assess it for residential compatibility, and would impose certain processes be taken to ensure that.
Great, thank you. My second question is through the chair about specifically about the changes to the development standards proposed in the zoning bylaw. It seems some of these are pretty high. Maybe you can speak to where they came from and why we're not seeing proposals for, I guess, similar measures that we have in other aspects of the zoning bylaw with thresholds or setbacks that would come with increased height, things like that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The height, we are recommending that be increased. We are recommending that height be increased for residential as well, to allow new uses to be developed within the city. So we didn't see that industrial development needed to be at a lower height than some of our residential that we're proposing, as well as we've recently amended the institutional use height thresholds as well, just to allow that flexibility. And so certainly this is not outside of the realm of other amendments that we're doing to other zones.
Perfect. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
John, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Through the chair to the administration, I have two questions really. So the first one is like, I was looking at the official community plan to understand the designation. So it is noted as employment area or maybe future employment area, depending on which area of the map you're looking at. But is it possible to provide context of what zones might typically come out of that designation, either employment area, new employment area? Would it give a broad range of opportunities, I guess?
I'm going to ask Mr. Mario to take that question to see what zones typically apply to employment areas.
Through the chair, the OCP does not specify that it necessarily needs to be like a heavy industrial zone. It certainly could be light, could be other non-residential land uses, such as an MLM zone, something like that. But it's, for the most part, open to judgment to determine what the employment land use would be.
So, thanks for that. So through the chair, would it be maybe a potential avenue forward to have a different land use buffering, what I perceive to be like maybe historically R1 with uplands? Like it's a bit abrupt to have heavy industrial go right up to R1 perhaps. And so I'd like an opinion of the planning staff on maybe is there a buffering that would make this more logical from a zoning perspective or planning perspective?
Yeah, through the chair, we certainly did consider that land use transition, and I think where we landed was when we look at the zone itself, the potentially impactful uses require discretionary use, and through that process, the discretionary use process is essentially about land use compatibility. So if there is a use that is proposed, as was described by the applicants, then we would have the ability to impose some sort of land use buffer right on the site rather than an intervening land use such as a lighter industrial land use. So we do feel that we have the ability to consider that at the later stages of development approvals.
Through the chair, final question. I thought you might say that. So maybe can you elaborate for folks in the delegation like what that process looks like? So there's discretionary use, maybe what circulations in the neighborhood there might be, would there be open houses required? This is a huge development, so I think it might be a more robust review process than maybe some other ones. So maybe you could give some direction and comfort to the folks to understand what that might be in the future.
Yeah, certainly. So the minimum requirement to fulfill public notice requirements is that we circulate to 75 meters of the surrounding property and notify of the potential land use, proposed land use, and provide them an opportunity to comment and to participate in the process. With this particular application, I think we circulated to about 800 properties, or about half of the neighborhood. So we did get a fairly robust response, and that was anticipated. And we expect to do something like that for the specific applications in the future, and we would hold some sort of public consultation that explains all of the technical and complex details that are being proposed, and we would have a process there to answer anyone's questions. And I understand that this is a much more complex application than anything that we've recently dealt with, and we expect the process to sort of follow that and ensure people understand what's going on, and that we've considered all matters of the specific applications as they come forward.
Thanks very much.
Christopher, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize for coming back to you, but I just wanted to hear your opinion just a little bit about, I know one of the delegations that spoke there, I mean, I think their thinking was that were you to proceed with the rezoning, there's kind of no going back. And I appreciate what you're saying about the discretionary use overlay gives you a lot of flexibility after the fact, right? But I've just heard you say that and acknowledge like this is a complex and large project in an already highly developed area, you know, with at least one other canola crushing plant just to the north, you know, issues with Evra's, long-standing issues with the refinery. So to me, I just feel like implicitly like we're putting a bit it's a classic put the cart before the horse a little bit, in the sense that, you know, to be blunt, you know, no real formal public consultation has been done, no technical studies have been done, no, you know, opportunity has really been provided to, you know, review a concept plan from the proponent. You know, I mean, all of those pieces, I think, would give, you know, certainly for me, a lot more comfort, you know, to move forward. And, you know, my sense is that, you know, on a really complex issue in a key part of the north part of the city, that, you know, those pieces are worth moving forward and discussing as well. So I know that's not really framed as a question for you, but just recognizing once the issue is tabled and the report is tabled, it'll go to a vote. And, you know, my sense is we on this one, we kind of have the cart before the horse a bit.
I think I can respond to that if Chair is okay with that. And appreciate the comments, and I think from our perspective, we wanted to ensure that there was the policy pieces that matched the zoning, which we were comfortable with, and the regulatory pieces, you know, were there to protect any future mitigating measures. But the fact is that this is employment lands. It is surrounded by other heavy industrial lands. And if you look at it from the perspective of the applicant, they want some certainty as well. So you can look at it from that perspective, and making big decisions, you know, pending some of these decisions as well, which maybe they weren't prepared to make had they, you know, not seen that decision made.
Right, and for the record, I mean, I consider the refinery, you know, a model employer. Awesome project, but again, you know, they'll have the option to purchase in a month or 2 or 3 or 4. That doesn't change anything, right? So if this is intended to be a part of the footprint of the north for the next 30, 40, 50 years, you know, I think the due diligence is valid first.
You wanted to speak again? Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Thanks very much. Just one other question as well. Maybe your response to this will be nothing, but beyond what the option is to refer back to administration, what are the implications of referring it back? I don't know if that's where Christopher, my colleague, was going on that, but what would be the implications beyond delay, and would there be additional information that could be provided to concerned citizens?
Let's take that.
I noticed they're not saying good question.
No, it's a frightening one.
Through the chair. So I just want to reiterate a little bit of what Ms. Dawson was lining up with in terms of the rezoning of this land is a little bit like pre-zoning for the applicant. So the applicant, if this land isn't rezoned, I would suspect that they want to see this step before they move forward with future. In addition, the opportunity for more studies would need to be in response to a particular application or development, which would be the next steps under that discretionary use process. So I don't know if that answers your question or.
Well, then, so to be clear, for me to understand what you're saying is, for all intents and purposes then, is referring back to administration for more information the same as recommending approval with the applicant then, the developer, I should say, making an application to go forward with something? Is it going to be the same result? Maybe I'm not very clear on what I just asked either.
Through the chair, I would say yes.
Okay. That makes it harder. Thanks.
It seems like there's a bit of uncertainty, but are you asking that rather than going with option 2, which, to be frank, is kind of where I'm going, you want to attach to the recommendation to proceed some of the assessments that have been discussed and that would happen later on?
I wasn't saying I would rather. I was asking whether the end result is exactly the same as what I was asking, but if it wasn't clear in my question, I would be leaning to option 2 myself.
Okay. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm partially apologetic that I feel among us, but they say something and then I think of something. So suppose that this went through today, that these amendments went through as recommended, and that the discretionary use process was what we were going forward with as a city. What kind of information, questions, and concerns, what would be the best way for concerned citizens nearby to bring that information to administration in a way that, they spoke about how they don't really speak planning and they're not really prepared to have sort of the political discussion, but they want to be taken seriously. What's the best way for them to bring forward information to be taken seriously, to receive an answer, and so that when we come here, they're ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. If I'm understanding the question, are you asking about process for discretionary use?
Right. So I guess process, but I guess I sort of mean what would be a good way for them to bring information and concerns to you? Is it more specific is better? Is it that, we found this study is better? We have a concern and it's about health. I don't know what to do with that. It's about noise. Okay, well, we're all concerned about noise in our neighborhood. If commercial canola crushing plants are within 2 kilometers of housing, nobody can sleep, as per this study in Ohio. That would be more useful. Like, is there a way that they can bring these concerns with specificity?
Yeah, I think that I might answer it 2 different ways. I think right now the commission has a question before them on whether the lands are appropriate for heavy industrial land uses.
Right.
Can we rezone the land now, or
no?
What would be a better zone for it, or
right.
When would it be better rezoned?
Sure.
So we're saying that in our recommendation that we're satisfied that it meets the policies for employment lands, and there's other heavy industrial lands around it. So we were satisfied with the recommendation of yes, it can be rezoned now, knowing that future land uses and proposals for the site would be reviewed and commented on by the public, and we would do what's within our capacity to mitigate any of those concerns. That could end in a result of some reorganization of pieces of the project to certain locations on the land. That could result in buffering. It could result in different mitigating measures. And I don't know what those are because we don't have the application in front of us. If there's information that shows us that there's concerns with traffic, then there's, things that we can do in terms of traffic improvements. If there's concerns that we see that it has to do with, noise or aquifer, then there's things that we can do to mitigate those and require certain things for the development. But I don't know what those are, but certainly we would have a conversation with the community about what their concerns are and try to mitigate them with the applicant, just like we do for any other proposal. Mr. Mary wants to add as well.
Just to add some context around the approval process, so if we were to delay this application for rezoning until such time that we also have the information regarding the specific land use that would come along with the discretionary use, that would provide more information. However, it doesn't guarantee that that's the eventual development that will occur. This is a very complex development that, frankly, it could change. It might not happen. We don't know. So if the commission wants to see certainty before they rezone the land, they're not going to get that even with a discretionary use application. At the end of the day, if you rezone the land, you're stuck with the land as it's zoned, and a development that conforms to the zone can be considered there. Just another way of looking at it.
Did you want to continue, Jordan?
I guess I'd like a point of clarity if I can. We have time for discussion as a commission after we're finished asking questions of administration, is that correct?
So there's no differentiating between your right to comment and your right to
ask
question. So it's open season for whatever you wanted to say related to this application.
Okay. I guess in that sense, I find myself persuaded by administration that there's not necessarily going to be the perfect amount of clarity beforehand, but I think that there seems to be sufficient process between what happens as a result of rezoning and processes that occur before any actual potentially heavy industrial development is built, that it would give time to review on a case-by-case basis. And I find that persuasive, and I think the administration did a good job of showing that, and of making it clear that the only way to continue, or not the only way, but the likeliest way to continue investigating this is to show some indication to the proponent that we're at least willing to look at the developments on a case-by-case basis. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the administration as well.
John, go ahead, please.
Sure. Through the chair, I think I'm going to be at the risk of almost saying what Jordan just said, but just for perfect clarity, discretionary uses that would flow after this rezoning is approved, if it was approved here today, discretionary uses that would come with more specific information would also have to come through Planning Commission and City Council. Just maybe that's a bit for the benefit of the delegations to understand that process as well.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I think this is a typical process that we would go through. We would rezone the land, and then there'd be other studies and work brought together to present, what the development would be on that land. Discretionary use application process could be quite robust. It could take a long time, quite frankly. So I think there'll be opportunity for engagement in those. So I'm pretty comfortable this is a normal process. So I'd be supportive of that.
Christopher, go ahead, please.
Well, I have to say for myself, I'm somewhat flabbergasted that a $7.5 billion project would not have a concept plan or an application that you have seen to bring it forward to rezone the land. I don't get that at all. So your own option 2 says, allow additional information as deemed necessary to be gathered prior to rendering a decision. I mean, I'm sorry, but, to put this in front of me and ask for a project of this complexity and this scope with absolutely no background whatsoever other than it fits the employment conditions of the OCP is not enough. So
I'm not cutting off debate, but I had a couple of remarks, and then if others wanted to enter back into the discussion, that's fine. My first remark might be to the delegations. If you choose to speak to this at council, what would be appreciated is a response to the process and the step-by-step and the fact that there might be environmental assessments down the road. So that would be appreciated if you were to return to council. I guess I'm actually siding with Christopher on this one. Council made a commitment in principle to FCL knowing what the project is going to look like. So that's not a mystery. That's a public record, correct? So we know what's going on here and what the intention is. We just don't have the specific application. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. While it might be typical, the environmental hazards are real, correct? I mean, the status quo is an environmental contaminant on that land. So it would be fair to assume that there would be a serious environmental impact assessment, and there are serious concerns to the adjoining properties, are there not?
I don't think that we have the information to address that question. We would assess those and determine what they are, and if there's mitigating measures that we can take to address them.
Okay, so I don't know where this is going to land, but like if option 2 advanced, what would that look like to you? Do you need guidance from commission as to what that would look like? Because there's work required. For me, it would be conduct that assessment related to the project, and then bring a suite of recommendations to commission and then to council. In other words, the rezoning as well as the development application. So in other words, the public and commission would have everything required to see the end result. How do you interpret option 2 if it goes ahead?
Through you, Chair, the way I interpret that is that we would not be bringing something back to you until we were bringing forward the discretionary use.
Okay. Right, and that discretionary use would be accompanied by all the required environmental assessment, impact assessments, and so on. Is that correct?
Yeah, the studies
Okay.
would need to respond to the particular development proposal with the layout on the land.
Okay. So, Christopher, to your point, everything would come back with option 2, just to clarify those. Are there any further comments or questions from commission? I don't see any hands online, but I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Mario has some information about the staging and phasing, so there might be some pieces there that we would bring forward in a stage fashion.
Yeah, just for further information, so in discussions with FCL, it's not their intention to bring forward everything at once. It is a large-scale, long-term project that will evolve and be approved piece by piece. So we may not have all of the information as they're not prepared, and they may not have all of the information required for the entire development. If that's the expectation of Planning Commission, that may be a challenge. We could certainly get some, but the entire development has not been completely planned out yet.
Okay, thank you. Procedurally to commission, if you're voting no on this, I'm going to take as a signal from what's been said that for those of you who are opposed to it, you're in favor of option 2. So what would happen is if this failed, I would then put it out there for members of commission to advance another option, because the current option on the floor right now is option 1. So just procedurally, I will provide that space after the vote if it doesn't advance, and then we'll have that discussion. But I just want you to know how that works. And if you're voting in favor, then you're essentially voting for option 1, which is the recommended option currently on the floor for debate.
Yes, and just for clarity, I mean, the way option 2 is written leaves considerable flexibility as to, as deemed necessary, what information is brought back. It is not my expectation that you would have every component of a final proposal in place prior to a zoning decision, but it is my expectation that there be some further information and possibly the public consultation piece be advanced. So we can leave it open as to what is brought back without defining it or precluding FCL's options.
Okay. I don't see any further lights blinking here, so I guess we'll call the vote.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the vote is for option 1 of the report, which is the recommendation contained in the report at the beginning there, just for clarity for anybody who's wondering. Commissioner Adams.
Opposed?
Commissioner Aston.
In favor?
Commissioner Gayser.
In favor.
Commissioner Kobus.
In favor.
Commissioner Sontag,
Opposed?
Commissioner Hopkins,
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson,
In favor.
Mr. Chair.
Opposed.
The motion is carried 5-3.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to the next item, which is RPC 24-17, Housing Accelerate Fund Expansion. Yes. But before we start calling up delegations, I'm just going to remind us, the commission, we have a break for 15 minutes, which brings us to, which watch do we want to use? 5:48. All right. So we'll come back here at 5:48. Okay, we're back. Let's get started. We're going to move on to RPC 24-17, the Housing Accelerator Fund. We have a few delegations. First up is Florence Stratton. Florence needs no introduction to the process. You know the drill. Whenever you're ready, Florence.
Yes, thank you very much. Florence Stratton, representing myself. I call on the Regina Planning Commission to approve all of the recommendations regarding building more housing options and for City Council also to approve them at its June 12th meeting. The recommendations have the potential to address a number of crises we are facing and to make Regina a better city for all who live here. I'm going to take a look at 3 of these crises and try to show how approving the recommendations as well as acting on them quickly will help us to address them. First, the global climate crisis. As Regina continues to be part of the problem, Regina must become part of the solution. We have a master transit plan and an energy sustainability framework, but we have to implement them. The recommendations you are considering align with those plans. Like many other North American cities, Regina's growth model since the 1940s has been one of urban sprawl. As a result, a large portion of our city's landscape is comprised of low-density development. The majority of Regina residents commute by car rather than using public transit. Indeed, according to the 2021 census, 90.2% of Regina workers commuted to work mainly by driving a private vehicle. The average Canadian vehicle spews 4,600 kilograms of CO2 into the atmosphere every year. Of the G20 countries, Canada has the 3rd highest CO2 emissions. Worse yet, Saskatchewan has the highest CO2 emissions per capita in Canada. As we all know, carbon emissions are a major cause of the climate crisis. Increasing housing density in both the primary and secondary intensification areas will help to reduce CO2 emissions as more people will be able to walk or bike to their destination. More crucially, perhaps, because transit service is more frequent along major transit routes, more people will begin to rely on Regina Transit to get where they need to go. As well as reducing CO2 emissions, transit has public health benefits. Studies show that vehicle emissions have negative effects on human health, including an increased risk of asthma, bronchitis, heart disease, and cancer. More density means more people taking transit, which means healthier residents. So let's get a move on and address these health issues as well as the climate crisis by increasing housing density. Another crisis Regina is experiencing that the recommendations have the potential to address is a rental housing crisis. Currently, Regina has a rental vacancy rate of 1.4% compared to 3.2% in 2022 and 7.8% in 2019. A healthy vacancy rate is around 3%. In other words, today there is very little rental accommodation available. Increasing housing density in the designated areas will obviously go some way towards addressing this crisis. A third crisis Regina is experiencing that the recommendations have the potential to address is our ongoing houselessness crisis. The names of 92 people who are known to have died of homelessness in 2023 were read out at the Regina Homeless Memorial held in February. As the speaker said, in fact, many more died whose names were not recorded. That's 92 plus of our fellow citizens who died because they were unhoused. What a shame, what a tragedy. Please let's use the density project to provide not only market rate housing, but also lots of affordable housing. That is housing that costs less than 30% of a household's before tax income. To conclude, I will simply repeat what I said at the beginning. Please approve all of the recommendations listed regarding building more housing options and implement them as soon as possible and in such a way as to make Regina a better city for all who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Commission? I don't see any. Thanks a lot, Florence. Our next delegation is Stu Niebergall. Another veteran of the delegation seat, you know the drill. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I do. Yes, Stu Niebergall, President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. This presentation is, for the most part, is a cut and paste from the previous one on Tuesday night. The Regina and Region Home Builders Association is in strong support of the City of Regina's Phase 3 initiatives to expand citywide housing options. Our association has long shared our industry's challenges in delivering our part on the goals of the OCP when it comes to intensification areas. What has been exceptionally positive is this City Council has moved important initiatives forward. The Housing Accelerator Fund, the Housing Supply Motion, zoning amendments to accommodate more housing supply are examples. These are investments into our community. I can appreciate that a vocal voice in our community are not supportive of these changes. The concerns raised by our community, some community advocates, are exceptionally common through North America, North American cities. And what is common is the concerns are rooted in maintaining property values, keeping the neighborhood as it exists today, and keeping unwanted groups out of the community. However, unlike the market, zoning does not build housing, it can only stop them from getting built. What does get missed in the conversation around residential zoning is its understanding of its origins. While I do not have time in this presentation to share the brief history of residential zoning, if anyone on the commission was curious, I can give you a glimpse of that fascinating but troubling topic in about 3 minutes. You just need to ask. The future of neighborhoods outlined in the OCP and the Housing Accelerator Fund sets the stage for more housing options in each neighborhood. With most neighborhoods within the intensification consisting of single-family homes and a high percentage of the population categorized as non-mover, non-migrant, there are few options in many of these neighborhoods for people of age or professionals to downsize to stay in their community, even less for newcomers or new families to participate in neighborhoods that suffer from depopulation. Phase 3 of the expanding citywide housing option is another important step to adding housing supply for building more affordable, prosperous, equitable, and sustainable city. We encourage the Planning Commission to move this item forward to City Council, and doing so deliver much needed housing supply and choice into many of Regina's exceptional neighborhoods. And those are my comments.
Perfect, thank you. Questions from Commission? Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thanks for your presentation. I'm curious, and I guess to preface my question, I really appreciate when delegates come and speak broadly about principles and not just about what happens to affect their property. We had a presentation the other day where an association came in support of a property that wasn't even a member. I found that helpful. Do you know roughly, or have you bothered to look roughly at what percentage, or what ratio roughly this land is owned or built, operated, or otherwise associated with members of the housing association?
Yeah, so I was the delegate who came and spoke on behalf of that project, and yeah, I mean, I think if you look, you know, at the stats, and I'm going to kind of share an American stat because it's available. About 75% of the United States is single-family zoning, right? You know, when you go back again to the neighborhood that was talked about the other day, that's about 80%. So this is kind of what our communities have shaped out. And it's, again, it's very common, and it's very common for some very particular reasons. But, you know, the challenge in communities for people to be able to access these communities is, at the end of the day, the only way to enter these communities is by buying a whole house, right? And so I think too, you know, again, a previous issue that had come in front of council even before Tuesday's session, and that one of the delegates, had commented about, don't build in our neighborhood, right? Go build where it's needed, in more impoverished communities, right? Kind of thing. And on the surface, that seems somewhat reasonable. But again, that kind of thinking is always going to drive opportunities into some of our poorest neighborhoods in the community. Because again, people in those communities don't have the ability to buy into some of the more neighborhoods that might actually change some of their outcomes and that happen in life. So this is why we're strong proponents of that. The rules, the regulations, they need to be excessively consistent, throughout the entire city. And at the end of the day, have to say, we're really proud, of the city of Regina essentially moving away, as it has done very quickly this year, leading in the country in some ways, but not exclusively alone, of ultimately getting rid of, what's called exclusionary zoning, which is all about segregating people.
Thank you. That's all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from commission.
Great.
Thanks a lot, Stu.
Thank you.
Great. Our final delegation is Terry Sleva. Terry, can you hear us? Terry?
Yes, I can hear you, Andrew. Thank you.
Perfect. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm Terry Sleva with RCPTC. And I'm with, first I'd like to say that improving transit includes increasing frequency of public transit, which will make the difference in deciding whether to take the bus or a private vehicle. The duration of trips shouldn't take as long as it takes to drive to Fort Capel. With these improvements, Regina citizens have a better choice, and together with addressing housing density, which is income-related or supplemented, we will have a sustainable community. Increased housing density and public transit integration offer numerous positive aspects that enhanced urban living and community well-being. Here are some of the key benefits. Environmental benefits. Reduced carbon footprint. Higher housing density. Reduces the need for extensive land development and urban sprawl. Therefore, by preserving green spaces, when combined with public transit, it significantly cuts down greenhouse gas emissions from personal vehicles. Energy efficiency. Dense housing often involves multi-unit buildings which are more energy efficient in terms of heating and cooling compared to single-family homes. Shared walls in apartments and condos minimize heat loss, thus lowering overall energy consumption. Economic advantages. Cost savings. Public transit provides an affordable alternative to owning and maintaining a vehicle. Residents in dense urban areas can save significantly on transportation costs. Additionally, public transit reduces the need for expensive infrastructure like roads and parking lots. Increased property value. Proximity to reliable public transit can boost property values. Communities with dense housing and good public service transit access are often more desirable, attracting both residents and businesses. This fact is lost on people with a NIMBY mentality. Social and community benefits. Improved accessibility. Higher density areas with efficient public transit provide better access to essential services such as healthcare, education, and employment, particularly for low-income and the elderly populations. Enhance social interaction. Dense urban environments encourage walking and the use of communal spaces, fostering social interactions and a sense of community. Public transit also brings diverse groups of people together, promoting inclusivity. Reduce traffic congestion. Effective public transit systems alleviate road congestion by reducing the number of cars. This not only makes commutes faster, but also lowers stress levels and improves quality of life. Health benefits. Active lifestyles. Residents in high-density areas are more likely to walk or cycle to destinations, promoting physical activity. Access to public transit often means walking to and from stations. Reduced air pollution. Fewer cars on the road lead to lower levels of air pollution, resulting in better respiratory health for urban dwellers, urban planning, and aesthetics.
Terry,
Efficient lines.
that was your time. If I could ask you maybe to wrap up in the next 10 seconds, please.
Okay, sure. In summary, increased housing density combined with robust public transit systems offers a multitude of benefits ranging from environmental sustainability and economic savings to enhance social interactions and improve public health. These advantages collectively contribute to more livable, equitable, and resilient environment in Regina. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Any questions from Commission? I don't see any. Terry, thank you very much for joining us. I would encourage you to continue watching, but I would ask that you leave the call, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're moving on to the report, RPC 24-17 Housing Accelerator Fund. I will ask Deb Bryden to open up, please.
Good evening and thank you. We are pleased to present phase 3 of our work under the Housing Accelerator Fund, or HAF, planning initiatives. As you're aware, the city has secured HAF funding, a federal program that assists Canadian municipalities in expediting the delivery of new housing units throughout the city. Under HAF, the city will implement an action plan consisting of 11 initiatives, which Council approved in June of 2023. 5 of these involve adjusting planning policies and regulations to eliminate barriers to housing development and foster diverse housing options citywide. These initiatives are advanced together through a series of amendments to ensure consistency with citywide planning policy. Through previous phases of this work, City Council approved amendments to the OCP and zoning bylaw, including permitting additional dwelling units to be built on lots, including permitting additional dwelling units to be built on lots in low-density residential zones, increasing permitted height limits in existing mid- and high-density residential and mixed-use zones, changing citywide parking minimums from required to recommended, and introducing primary intensification areas within 20 meters of main transit routes and hubs, which permit multi-unit developments up to 20 meters in height, or 6 stories. Today, Phase 3 of our planning initiatives outlined in the HAF action plan are what we're bringing forward. This report seeks Council's approval of the proposed secondary intensification areas located within 800 meters of transit hubs. Additionally, we are recommending that planned groups of dwellings be allowed as a permitted use in all residential zones. And we recommend some minor amendments to the primary intensification areas that the Council previously approved, amendments to the transitional area neighborhood plan, and other minor zoning amendments that align with changes approved in previous phases of this work. The recommendations of this report represent a significant stride forward in expanding citywide housing options and align with Council's accelerating housing motion. And we will continue to bring forward additional reports in the coming months to fully implement the 5 planning-related initiatives identified in our action plan. Thank you for considering this report, and I believe Ms. Pfeiffer is, Mr. Guliani, I was going to say Amar, is going to do a presentation that'll help provide some clarity around what we're asking tonight.
Super, thank you. So we have some slides, is that right? Yeah. Okay, once they're up, Amar, go ahead. There they are. It's on a different screen. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, members of the Regina Planning Commission. Today we are back to speak to the Commission about work that city planning staff are undertaking as part of the city's Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. In particular, we are here to present the third set of amendments to the city's official community plan and the zoning bylaw to support the implementation of the city's Housing Accelerator Fund planning initiatives. Similar to the presentations that were given at the end of March and in previous phases of the work, we will provide a brief recap of the planning-related initiatives in the city's HAF action plan and the city and council direction that our work is advancing before walking you through the amendments in this report. In terms of the HAF planning initiatives, as you will recall, the city included 11 initiatives in its HAF action plan. These initiatives are designed to support the development of housing to meet the needs of our city and align with the city's priorities, including supporting the development of complete neighborhoods with diverse housing options and achieving our long-term growth targets. The 5 initiatives that are highlighted on the screen focus on changes to planning policies and regulations. These are the initiatives that our team is leading and are aimed at expanding housing options citywide and increasing certainty for housing development. The objectives of the planning policy initiatives is to ensure that we enable the development of housing to meet the needs of current and future residents. As we have mentioned previously, we have seen record population growth in Regina in the recent years and a corresponding drop in rental vacancy rates. And it is important that we support housing options for people moving to our city and for people who want to stay here. As noted in previous presentations, it is also important that we guide growth and development to make efficient use of existing infrastructure and services and ensure our established neighborhoods are resilient to change over time. As a reminder, in addition to the direction in the city's HAF action plan, City Council provided direction in November 2023 for administration to advance specific zoning bylaw amendments to remove barriers to housing development. I won't read the motion, but it speaks to allowing additional housing units to be built on residential lots, increasing permitted heights for multi-unit housing in proximity to main transit routes, and removing parking minimums. In particular, in proximity to transit, at that time, there was an expressed interest from council to bring forward zoning changes to support a new development in the 2024 construction season. Earlier this year, council approved amendments that would advance Part 1A, 1C, and Part 2 of this motion. The amendments before you today advance Part 1B of the motion. As a reminder of the timelines, the funding program was officially launched in March of 2023. In June 2023, City Council approved the city's HAF action plan, those 11 initiatives that were shown in the previous slide, and directed administration to apply to the HAF. In November of 2023, Council passed the motion on the previous slides directing administration to prepare necessary bylaw amendments to increase as-of-right residential development permissions citywide. Administration had advanced this work in phases over the last few months. This report in front of you today relates to phase 3 of the work. The amendments brought to you today advance the following: aligning the city's strategic documents as they relate to transit hubs, delineating an 800-meter walking distance from these hubs as secondary intensification areas, allowing multi-unit development up to 4-story in these areas, and permitting planned group of dwellings in all residential zones. Similar to the last report you would have seen, the first goal of this report is to align strategic policy documents about transit. Specifically, we are focused on ensuring alignment regarding transit hubs between the official community plan and the Regina Transit Master Plan. This synchronization aims to maximize the effectiveness of our strategies, which will be discussed in more details in the following slides. For this phase, we reviewed current and future transit hubs outlined in the Regina Transit Master Plan's 25-year network. The RTMP was approved by City Council in 2022. The routes and hubs within the RTMP will serve as a foundational framework for any potential future implementation of BRT or bus rapid transit services. The transit hubs are strategically aligned with major roads, ensuring efficient connectivity to key destinations throughout the city. They also largely align with conceptual transit hubs as identified in the OCP. However, we are proposing a minor adjustment to map 5 of the OCP by removing 3 hubs, namely the Westera, Rochdale Crossing, and Prince of Wales hubs. These hubs are not included in the RTMP, and removing them from the OCP will ensure alignment between the 2 documents. Next slide, please. The second goal of this report is to delineate secondary intensification areas where 4-story multi-unit residential buildings can be permitted as of right. Next slide. In the second set of amendments, Council approved in April of this year, Map 1C of the OCP was updated by introducing primary intensification areas where multi-unit development up to 20-meter or 6-story high will be permitted as of right within 200 meters walking distance of the main transit routes and hubs. Through the amendments brought to you today, we propose to introduce secondary intensification areas within 800 meters of transit hubs. The proposed secondary intensification areas are shaded in gray color on this map. These areas will permit multi-unit residential development and mixed-use buildings up to 15 meters in height, which equates to about 4 stories as of right, promoting distributing densities near transit hubs. The third goal of this report relates to amending the zoning bylaw to permit additional heights within the proposed SIAs, or the secondary intensification areas. Currently, the secondary intensification areas, there is a mix of zone with various height permissions. Lots zoned R1, RU, RN, or low density zones permit up to 4 units per lot with a building height of 11 meters depending on the location. And lots zoned RL, RH, or ML permit multi-unit development up to 15 meters in building height. The proposed amendments will provide overarching permissions to allow multi-unit development up to 4-story or 15-meter building height on all lots within the secondary intensification areas. So what does this really mean? This change does not affect mid and high density zones inside or outside of the SIAs because they already permit up to 15-meter building height through previous amendments. Height above 15 meter will continue to be discretionary in these zones. For low density zones though, the maximum permitted building height outside of the SIAs will continue to be up to 11 meters depending on their location. And with the proposed changes within the SIAs, if the lot is located within the SIA, they will also permit multi-unit residential development up to 50 meter in height. Similar to primary intensification areas, it is important to note that these changes do not limit the ability to develop what is currently permitted in the underlying zone, including a single-family home. The fourth goal of this report relates to item 8 of the city's HAF action plan, which is to reduce council approval for housing-related discretionary use applications. In simple terms, a discretionary use is a type of land use allowed within a specific area, but it requires public notice, technical review, and reporting to either the council or the development officer, depending on how significant the public concern is during the review process. Typically, these applications are processed within 60 to 120 days, depending on how they are approved. However, sometimes they can take longer depending on the complexity of the application. We have already made some progress on this initiative by increasing the height limit for discretionary use in the RL and RH zones and allowing more flexibility for density near transit. The changes recommended in this report regarding this issue will further reduce the need for housing approvals. To bring everyone up to speed with what is a planned group of dwelling, a planned group of dwelling refers to residential developments with more than one principal residential building on a lot. A planned group does not necessarily increase the intensity of development on a site as the building form follows the underlying zone. For example, a low-density residential zone could allow a planned group of bungalow condos, while a medium or high-density residential zone could allow for a planned group of apartment buildings. They are currently discretionary in all residential zones, but we see an opportunity to reduce or remove planned group of dwellings from a discretionary process for a few different reasons. First, planned group only require discretion because of how buildings are arranged and not because of the intensity of the development. For example, instead of 2 separate buildings requiring discretion, it might be possible to build one large building with the same number of units on the same lot as a permitted use. Or the same development intensity could be achieved by subdividing the lot site and build one structure on each parcel, avoiding the discretionary use process. We have observed both scenarios happening in previous applications. Secondly, when we subject an application to discretionary review, questions about dwelling intensity or technical aspects inevitably arise, even if the site is zoned for a proposed use. Managing public expectation is challenging, and this uncertainty can lead to suboptimal outcomes for developers and the community alike. However, we do recognize the discretionary use process can add value in different regards by ensuring better design and building transitions. Therefore, we recommend that a planned group may be permitted only if the design meets specific building transition requirements. This means that building taller than 8.5 meter will be required to have a certain amount of setback from a lower density lot, and that additional landscaping may be required for screening. If the building transition cannot be met, then a discretionary use process would be required in that case. In terms of the next steps, as noted earlier, these amendments support the delivery of our HAF initiatives and Council's direction. The next phase of work will focus on reviewing neighborhood and area plans to ensure consistency and alignment with intensification areas. Beyond the next phase, future work will involve reviewing development standards and zoning bylaws to make them user-friendly. We also know that this is an evolving piece of work and that monitoring, making refinements, and conversations with community will be needed along the way. And with this, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Okay, we'll need someone to move this, put it on the floor, and then we can start comments and questions. Maynard, go ahead, please.
I'll move that. Question, just looking for clarity or confirmation. The vacancy rate, I think we all know anecdotally whether it's the vacancy rate's going up or down, but my understanding is that different jurisdictions measure vacancy rates in different ways. It comes generally, as I understand it, to the same conclusion. But how does the City of Regina determine what the vacancy rate is?
Through the chair, so the vacancy rates that we report on are those that are provided by CMHC in their annual reporting, so they represent market units. So regardless of the level of affordability of those units, they would represent the rental market in the city.
I'm not sure I quite understand what you're saying. Say that again.
Sure. So, so the data we rely on comes from Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation. They do stats across the country for vacancy rates. So they specifically refer to rental vacancy, so not necessarily ownership units, but anything that would be considered within the market, the rental market.
Okay, so you rely on their information to come up with the stats for the city, okay.
Yeah, we would use their benchmarking and understandings for consistency, yeah.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Sorry, maybe I'll also add, when it comes to, we do check, I believe there's some information that comes through the census every 5 years as well, and we ensure that we kind of track both, but as far as annual year-to-year reporting, we would rely on CMHC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good enough, thanks.
Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation through the chair. I think these are hopefully straightforward questions. The first is, do we know why planned groups of dwelling are currently discretionary?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I actually don't have a great answer for that. I think it's just really been a long-standing regulatory piece by the city. I've never known, searching through other bylaws, to have treated it any other way. So it's really just the way things have been, and now we're at an opportunity where we're reassessing that.
Okay. Thank you. And my second question is, we went quick, and I appreciate that when we went quick, but now I'm obviously having trouble finding it, and I think I'm getting the word node and hub confused. At any rate, if I understand correctly, the proposal is to remove 3 transit hubs, 3 transit nodes, 3 transit hubs. Can you just explain why you favored removing 3 from one plan rather than adding them to the other plan?
Thanks for the question. Maybe I'll start, and if anyone has anything to add, they can do that. So you're right, 3 of those hubs were identified for removal from the official community plan to align with the Regina Transit Master Plan, which is a more recently adopted document through City Council, and also would align with any work that the transit team would have done to identify those nodes. So that's why one document is being aligned with another that way.
Okay, so if in the future it's ever appropriate, it's an amendment just like this one to add them back, and we would add it to both the master plan and the OCP if it was so required? Is that?
Through the chair, yes. So if there was a future identified node, then we would work to update all of our master planning documents to reflect it.
Great, thank you. And then I guess I'm just curious if I know we get I get a lot of percentages of this percentage of land is R1 and whatever. I'm curious, do we know roughly what percentage of residential land in the city will be affected by the amendments that are proposed? I mean, even ballpark.
Yeah, I may ask Mr. Giuliani to touch on it. I believe that we did look into this. So just for clarification, you're looking for the percentage of land in the secondary intensification areas that would be impacted by these or changed in some way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you have secondary and primary, that's fine. but secondary can have it.
Yeah, so through the chair, the number calculation is that 70% of the land is going to be residential in the SIAs, and about 30% of the land is already zoned for medium to high density within the SIAs.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Christopher, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's really more just a comment. I just wanted to make it, but I thought that the delegations today did an excellent job, and by the way, it was an excellent presentation. But they did a really good job of trying to provide the rationale or the business case for intensification. And my only comment is just that in the city's communications and in even the documents here, the primary motivating factor appears to be the Housing Accelerator Fund that's driving things. And not to say that that's the only thing you took into consideration, obviously it isn't, but I would just like for the people of Regina to understand all of these other arguments about, you know, reducing GHG emissions, giving people more housing choice, dealing with homelessness, dealing with the opportunity to reduce infrastructure deficits, right? And you know, there's a whole list, and I think, you know, as I said, the delegations that came here today articulated them quite well. And there may be some value in future communications, even on the, you know, Have Your Say website or whatnot, really trying to explain densification and intensification in a broader context so that people can begin to get their heads wrapped around. It's not just being driven by federal money or this opportunity to access federal dollars. There's all these other reasons why we'd like to do this for the future of the city, right? So, and I know you get that, but I will say, like, just as a citizen, like, the notion of intensification or densification for me was new. Like, I really hadn't heard a lot about it, and it's obvious from some of these vested interest in communities that that's kind of a new concept to them that they don't maybe completely understand, right? So I think there's just some more thought around how we communicate intensification. I think would go a long way to helping people to come along with the plan, right? So thank you for that.
Thank you. Don't see anything in the room. Oh, here we go. Go ahead, John.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So through the chair, I got a few questions. I'm just going to get back to the page on one of them. So there's been a lot of interesting comments made. Can you give me the height restriction on R1 zones after? Is there any amendments in this proposal with the half, or will be the underlying height restrictions that there were before outside of the primary and secondary intensification areas, just in the balance of them?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So none of the amendments that are recommended in this report would impact permitted heights in low-density zones right now. So as Mr. Giuliani mentioned in the presentation, they do vary a little bit across the city. Depending on the area you're in, we have various overlay zones, like the residential infill overlay zone, that can change what the permitted heights are in those zones. So it's a little hard to generalize. But at the moment, those heights or height permissions have not been impacted, unless, as you said, you're inside or those properties are within either a primary or secondary intensification area.
Thanks for that. Through the chair, I had the zoning bylaw pulled up and I was trying to find it here quickly, but is it safe to say it would allow 4-story development in most of those areas in R1?
Through the chair, I would say no. I think it would be challenging to build 4 stories in an R1 zone if it wasn't within a secondary intensification area.
Through the chair, I might just add, so the report before you is just for the secondary intensification area, and so that's within the 800 meters of the transit node. So there will be some R1 zones impacted. So within those areas, yes, 4 stories. as of right. And then this report doesn't speak to anything outside of a secondary intensification area in terms of height. This is just for those particular nodes.
Yep, through the chair, amendment number 1 says 15 meters, so that's probably the height there, but that's within the secondary area. it looks
Yeah,
like.
so that would be your 4 stories.
Yeah, okay. Okay, moving on. What percentage of the city of Regina would be R1 land? I think we kind of asked that question maybe, but do you have any idea?
Through the chair, I can tell you with confidence of what's inside the intensification boundary.
Sure.
Obviously, outside the intensification boundary, there's the land area is much larger and a lot of it is undeveloped. But when we started some of this work, our calculation was that within the intensification boundary, 90% of residential land was zoned low density. So that would include R1, RN, and RU.
So it's safe to say it's been a very popular zoning, but a lot of the housing is that way. This is more of a question that's probably hard to answer, but through the chair, do you perceive that most people on the street understand that they could have 4 units next to them in an R1 zone now, permitted use?
Through the chair, I think that's a difficult question to answer. It's hard to know. I mean, we have obviously some information on how many people are following the Be Heard page and, send questions and comments and things like that. But as far as people who may be following media coverage or maybe watching council and not engaging in those platforms, it's difficult to say.
Thanks for that. I'm going to focus on a map or two as well, so I'll refer to them here. Would it be safe to say that the first mapping that Planning Commission has seen on the proposed secondary intensification areas would be in this meeting package? Through the chair?
Through the chair, just for clarity, the secondary intensification areas or primary?
That's the first one I'm asking on is the secondary, yeah.
Okay. Yes, this is the first time that we are proposing the introduction of those areas.
And further to that, I think the primary intensification areas came earlier, but there are some proposed amendments in this meeting package.
Through the chair, there is one proposed amendment to include some lands in Westera that were missed in the previous analysis.
Okay, that helps me. That was the one I saw, but I wasn't sure if there was more than that, so thanks for clarifying. Okay, so when I look at the aggregated map, which is the proposed OCP map 1C intensification boundaries and areas, it's page 38 of the document. There are primary intensification areas in Westera and along Dudney Avenue, which are new, I think. And then as well, in blue, the secondary intensification areas in Harbor Landing that are new to me, and in Lakeview new to me, new to us at the commission. So I have concern about those ones based on, so I'm going to sound like a broken record, but based on noise overlays from the airport, it's safe to say that zoning has been in place for about 50 years, and a long-standing, it's in the OCP. We recently had it amended as a community on map 9, and so that's a well-known overlay zone. So I'm concerned about the conflicts for some of those. It's difficult to tell at this scale if there are any, and I'm sure that's been something that you've looked at, but it would be very difficult for me to support the amendment here today, because like that's the first we've seen of that, and it's a little bit confusing whether there's an overlay that are in conflict with each other. So can you speak to, like, the noise does cross the Westera one, and it would cross some of the Harbor Landing one. I think that's safe to say. It's difficult at this scale for me to tell exactly, but was that reviewed, and how could we amend today's motion to maybe think about how we could resolve that conflict, I guess.
Through the chair, with respect to the primary intensification overlay within Westera, we're looking at existing land, so there's no additional conflict between airport restrictions and what we're proposing here today.
Harbor Landing? In Harbor Landing is the same thing. There is no overlap between what we're proposing here today and what airport restrictions also exist. We'll understand that we're going through a amendment process with the land use vicinity within the airport, and if there are needed changes through that process, then we could potentially amend policy to consider that.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, just for absolute clarity, the lands in West Air are already zoned for the height that is allowed in the primary intensification area. So what Mr. Mario is saying is there would be no change in terms of what can be built there. In Harbor Landing, again, those areas are built around the transit hubs. That's the grasslands area, and you see multiple different heights of buildings there as well. Should the future work with the Regina Airport Authority show that there should be restrictions and heights in those areas, we will bring that forward when that project has concluded.
Just to clarify, like the heights one, probably I could understand. It's more the intensification of development. I think that's a concern that's been expressed. Would this proposal actually allow more intense development in the green area in Westera and maybe Harbor Landing, and certainly the blue area in Harbor Landing?
Through you, Chair, we don't see it in Westera. In Harbor Landing, it's a very new development. We do not see that happening for many years. And again, if there is any restrictions that are put on through future studies that are done and brought forward to council, we would take a look at that. We don't see that there being a risk of all those lands being redeveloped between the time now and then.
One more question through the chair. In Westera, the area that's kind of bubbled looks like it's on the northwest corner of that development. I perceive that to be commercial. Is that incorrect? Was that always residential?
Through you, Chair, you can allow for residential in those areas as well as commercial and mixed use. That's what a lot of our transit hubs are. They're mixed use. They're allowing for both commercial and residential.
Yeah.
And that's what they're intended for, to provide those services and daily needs for residences and those that are using the transit hubs. So absolutely, we would see a mix being appropriate for those areas.
That's all for me right now. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions from Commission. Vote.
Commissioner Sondheim,
In favor.
Commissioner Adams,
In favor.
Commissioner Aston,
In favor.
Commissioner Kaser,
I'm in favor, thank you.
Commissioner Kobus,
In favor.
Commissioner Hopkins,
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson,
In favor.
Mr. Chair, Councillor Findura. I'll call again. Councillor Findura. We'll mark him as away. And Mr. Chair.
In favor.
Okay, the motion is carried with Councillor Findura being away and the remainder unanimous.
Great, thank you. Next item is RPC 24-18, Official Community Plan Office Development Policies Review. We've got a number of delegations. Let's start with Aaron McDougall. Aaron, if you could, just state your name and organization you represent for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Commission and City Administration. My name is Aaron McDougall, and I'm the Vice President of Leasing for Harbour Developments. I'm here today to speak in opposition to any changes being made to the current office policy. Our downtown is not like Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, which by their sheer size, they naturally have strong downtowns. When you have a smaller city like Regina, which you can easily go from one end to the other in less than 15 minutes, the downtown can quickly become a hollowed out hole in the city people simply avoid. Regina downtown needs the office density now more than ever, because if it's not office downtown, then I'd ask, what is there for downtown? Retail, restaurants, hotels, and residents will leave as soon as the office occupants do. I agree with the statement in the report that the vibrancy of a city center is achieved through residential population, but the reason people will choose to live downtown in a city like Regina is because they are within walking distance to their office. If you don't have office space downtown Regina, you don't have residents, plain and simple. The office policy protects our downtown and ensures it will continue to be the center of commerce and business, and by doing so, it also strengthens and promotes transit use and carpooling because of the concentration of office workers in its central location. It also supports bike transportation to and from work because of the central location. And it obviously supports downtown retail, restaurants, and residents. By having more office workers in the core helps improve safety and security, improves how visitors and residents feel about the downtown. There are many office buildings downtown that either have or are facing significant vacancy. And this office policy has only helped these buildings have, or else they'll fall further into disrepair and become derelict properties. Not only does having office occupants downtown support residential growth, it also supports the growth and strength of those residential neighborhoods surrounding the downtown, such as Center Square, Cathedral area, Heritage area, and North Central. With regards to the warehouse district, although it shares the same city core characteristics as the downtown, it would still take away from the viability of the downtown office usage. And like I said earlier, office space is the only viable use for the downtown. The warehouse district has a host of current uses that have proven to be very feasible in this district: food and beverage, entertainment, hair salons, gyms, furniture stores, car rental, sporting goods, mechanical and electrical supply companies, and a host of many other retail and wholesale operations that do not rely on the concentration of office workers. The office policies have been in place for 12 years, and through those years there's been lots of opposition by the real estate community. This has been based upon the general statement that we are missing out on economic development. To the very best of my knowledge, this has never been the case, and I'm sure others can validate that. Companies looking to relocate to Regina or grow within Regina are basing their decisions on access to resources and materials and labor, and I'm certain there are no companies walking away from Regina because of this office policy. The other argument against the office policy has been that existing companies are constrained from growing because of the policy restrictions. Regina has a very small office component to its economy. We are primarily an industrial economy. Our largest office employers are the government and crown corporations. So my question would be, why wouldn't we want that office growth from existing office users to be in the downtown? They're already downtown, and there's lots of room for them to grow within the downtown. Another argument has been that certain office tenants don't fit downtown, and I would say that it's not that they don't fit downtown, it's that they don't want to be downtown. And if in fact they don't fit downtown, they are typically small enough, or the component of work that doesn't fit down is small enough that the office policy has no impact on them. What you'll start to see if you implement these revisions to the office policy are companies indicating they have a customer fronting part of their business that doesn't fit downtown, and will use that to load a bunch of office space into their requirement. For example, you'll have a 2,000 square foot customer service center drawn onto the plans, attached to, say, 30,000 square feet of pure office space function that has no interaction with the loosely based customer service center. And their request will be that 32,000 square feet needs to be out of the downtown. Now more than ever is not the time to implement policies that will impact our downtown in a negative way and further weaken its viability. Now should be the time for us to look for ways to strengthen and support our downtown, because it's the face of our city and impacts how outside investors perceive Regina. Thank you for your time today. Be pleased to answer any questions.
Perfect timing. Any questions from commission? ahead, John.
Thanks for the presentation. Through the chair, just a question. I think everybody's aware that the office world has changed materially since COVID. Can you speak to that at all? And is there as much need for office space that we have in Regina right now versus what does the future look like, I guess?
Yeah, certainly COVID has changed it. There is still a work from home and hybrid function that is impacting office tenants' decisions around office space. It's certainly a much harder business to be in, trying to fill office buildings for sure. So yeah, 100% it's changed.
Is there, through the chair, is there any thought to reuse of office buildings for residential and looking at that seriously in Regina?
Yeah, it certainly had legs in Calgary. With Regina, the challenge we have here is there's just not, unfortunately, there's no demand for residential downtown. So you don't have the demand, you gotta have the right fit of the building. Right now, it just doesn't make economic sense, I think, for those office building owners, right, that are facing significant vacancy. So you need the demand, and the cost to convert is just, it wouldn't pencil for a developer to do right now.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. All right. I don't see any more further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Next delegation is Robert Goldman. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Robert Goldman and I'm representing Victoria Acres Development. Firstly, I'd like to, as you're aware, the current office policy is in place with the purpose of protecting and growing the downtown core. Firstly, I'd like to point out that my group is sensitive to the well-being of the downtown core, as we own a significant number of buildings downtown that contain office, as well as some of the premier development sites in the downtown area. The development of these sites is predicated on a healthy and growing downtown core. Thus, if changes to the current office policy were detrimental to Regina's downtown, we wouldn't be in favor. The reality is that the current office policy casts a wide net that restricts many developments from occurring that are not candidates for the downtown core for a few reasons, and I'd be happy to discuss these reasons during the question period. I'm here today as my group possesses an infill brownfield development site located at 3901 Albert Street across from the Golden Mile. Albert Street South is a major urban corridor that over the course of the past few years has seen significant redevelopment occur. This includes the redevelopment of the Golden Mile, Save On Foods, the Fairfield Hotel, YMCA Daycare, Co-op Gas Bar and A&W, and a couple other strip malls and pad sites. What the Albert Street South corridor hasn't seen since the 1980s is new office product. With all the services available along the Albert Street corridor, it is a desirable location for a suburban office, and conversely, the occupants of such building would provide support for local businesses and restaurants along that corridor in utilizing these services. My group, Victoria Acres Development Corporation, has been involved in major developments in Regina for decades and has identified this need before purchasing the property in 2019. Since the acquisition, we have created a design for a 3-story mixed-use development comprised of roughly 20,000 square feet of retail on the main floor, along with 40,000 square feet of office above. This project would include underground parking, and an emphasis has been put on creating an environmentally sustainable development throughout the design process. While the final product will be in part determined by the end user, we have planned to exceed the prevailing building code and energy codes with a keen focus on implementing environmentally sustainable designs and materials that would establish this property as one of the most advanced projects in this community in that regard. This development would require an investment of $25 million by my group in the city of Regina. We have been approached by a number of interested companies looking for a new office since purchasing the property. In all cases, it was location specific, as they have no intention of locating downtown, and the interest has come from a diverse list of companies. Within the official community plan, Albert Street South is designated both as an urban corridor as well as an urban center, as seen on map 1 and 6 in the OCP. Additionally, the OCP has outlined provisions related to development of these areas. 7.29, require medium office and major office to locate inside the downtown, except for in the following contexts. 7.295, the development of medium office buildings within identified office areas and urban centers that are conceptually located on map 6. I support the motion to allow for more office opportunities in the warehouse district, and more specifically, I ask you to consider adding an amendment to the motion or a new motion to permit the development of medium office as an allowable use along urban corridors as per Regina's official community plan, as well as remove the downtown vacancy requirements for non-downtown office as it pertains to urban corridor medium office development. This would align Regina's office development policy along urban corridors with that of Saskatoon and all other major cities in Canada. The fact of the matter is that in every other major city in Canada, the project my group proposes will not only be allowable, but would be in some cases further incentivized. 2 hours away in Saskatoon, our development proposal, being a redevelopment of an infill site, would additionally receive a 5-year tax abatement. In Saskatoon, Concord Developments built an exact replica in terms of size and floors, and the mixed-use split of our proposed building on the corner of 8th Street and Cumberland, which is a direct comparison to the location of our site on Albert Street South. They even have been approved for and have built the foundation to be able to add another 5 or 6 additional floors. We are just looking for the 3 stories. In the case of our Albert Street South site, the City of Regina today has the opportunity to open the door for an infill development to proceed on the last undeveloped brownfield site on Albert Street South. This would see the property taxes increase on 3901 Albert Street by many multiples with no infrastructure cost to the City of Regina, all while creating construction jobs and economic growth for the city as a whole and sustain support for the local businesses along the Albert Street South corridor. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Questions from Commission? I did have one. I lost this of administration, but if I'm looking at the vacancy rates for downtown and suburban, I think it's currently at 11% for suburban, 16 for downtown. Year before it was 19 for suburban, 17 for downtown, 14, 12. These numbers tell me that if we just didn't build any more office space for the time being, we'd be just fine. Can you comment on that statement?
Well, so there's different variables that impact both suburban and downtown. Something that I would like to point out in that Regina office vacancy report graph that was in the City of Regina's report on this motion, there's no direct correlation between suburban office vacancies and downtown office vacancies. For example, between 2022 and 2023, the suburban vacancy rate decreased by 7.6%, which based off the theory that suburban office success results in downtown office failure, that would mean that we would expect the consequence that the downtown vacancy rate would increase, not decrease. However, during that same period of time, the downtown vacancy rate decreased as well. And I'd also point out that since implementation of this rule in 2012, the vacancy rate downtown has only increased significantly. It's never been at its former level. So as somebody that has interest in the downtown core, I think it's proven that this policy hasn't worked, and maybe we should, look at another option as far as dealing with the office vacancy rate downtown.
Okay. Maybe I'll frame this a different way. Even when it comes to suburban office space, these numbers suggest there's really no need to incentivize, certainly, more office construction. Maybe you could help me understand the numbers here a bit better.
Okay, well, so I think another important piece here is, so Regina has an 80-20 split between the downtown and suburban office. Typically in every other major city, it's closer to 50-50. So there are certain tenants that want to be close to the consumer, the customer, or choose to locate in a certain area as that's where their market is. I can give a prime example of this. Sun Life Financial They opened a secondary branch in one of our buildings in the east side of Regina because the big clients are farmers, and they come in with trucks and trailers, and they don't want to drive downtown, try to find a parking stall, and walk 6 blocks to the office. So they figured, you know what, we'll make it convenient. We'll locate on the east side. People can grab their groceries, they can come to the office. And for that reason, it's two different marketplaces. What I'm suggesting doesn't impact the downtown at all. There are a lot of businesses that either cannot locate outside the downtown core right now, or in some instances, companies have multiple locations, 2-3 different office buildings outside the downtown core because they're limited to 10,700 square feet. So they can't actually all locate in one building, which would be the most efficient for a business. But because of this rule, have to have multiple locations across, dotted around Regina. And in fact, the tenants that we're working with for 3901, they fall, Albert Street, they fall in that classification.
Okay, thank you. See, there's other questions here. John, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'll ask you a bit of an opinion question. Do you think that would make any difference if we didn't have these rules downtown? What would the vacancy be? What tenants would change? Would it make a material change?
To be honest, I don't, as I said, since 2012, since the implementation of this rule, the vacancy rate downtown has gone up. So I don't think that it's a successful policy, and I think it's also inhibiting development elsewhere in the city that has no recourse on the downtown at all.
Just further on the downtown, is there other policy changes to incentivize development in the downtown, maybe restricting heights or doing something different that would maybe develop the downtown more, in your opinion, as a developer?
So I think the city of Regina has taken a good initiative here to encourage more multifamily residential product being located downtown. In order, in my opinion, to grow the downtown, you need more people to live downtown. And I don't agree with the delegation before me that there isn't any demand for downtown. I don't think there is newer product that is available for younger people like myself or young professionals to locate downtown. So I think a step forward for the downtown would be to have more multifamily rental units available for people to live in downtown.
Okay, one more question. So we have quite rigid rules in Regina around the 1,000-meter size office space and around 4,000-meter office space. And I noticed your building had proposed somewhere around 4,000. But in your portfolio, have you ever experienced situations where a tenant organically grows and then hits one of those thresholds and then therefore would theoretically have to move downtown or move to a different location?
So as I had mentioned, we're dealing with users right now that are at that 1,000-meter threshold, 10,700 square feet. So they again have multiple offices outside of the downtown core here in Regina, dotted around, and in discussing with them, they say it's incredibly inefficient to not be able to have all their employees in one location. So that's definitely a consideration as it pertains to locating outside the downtown. And for what I've asked to be considered here today, as far as medium office, it would put a ceiling at 40,000 feet. So yes, any office users that would exceed 40,000 square feet would be required to locate downtown.
Okay, thank you very much.
Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I'm curious about the proposed site in the warehouse district. So this is you're representing this?
I'm representing a site, 3901 Albert Street. It's directly across from the Golden Mile.
I see.
It's right beside Fairfield. It'd be the old Imperial Oil site.
Right. So is there any? Yeah. Okay. That actually answers my question. That's just fine. Thank you.
But sorry, my bad.
No, go ahead.
It lends to my question. So just for clarity, right now, as the policy exists, you're not really able to proceed on that proposal based on the current policy for 3901 Albert.
That is correct. We are projecting to build 40,000 square feet of office. At this time, we could only build 10,000.
Yeah. And just out of curiosity, like, just purely out of, in my own interest, like the municipal hail and, rain and hail building, which is a few blocks to the south, that's a bigger building, it must be over 10,000 square feet. Would that have been one that was exempted in the past or something like that, or do you have a sense of that? It's a 3-story, and you probably know which one I mean.
Yeah, there's multiple office buildings along that Albert Street South corridor that were built. The most recent office building to be built along that corridor is in the 80s.
Yeah.
And so this rule came in
so
2012, so it was
predates.
before then.
Yeah,
yes.
I get you, yeah. So just in terms of the actual recommendation that's in front of the commission today, you have a unique set of circumstances because you do obviously have property and interests in downtown, but also are exploring options outside of downtown. And so your concern would be that making new opportunities available just for the warehouse is too limiting, that it really should be all major corridors, right? And then by major corridors, I'm sure you probably define that as, Albert Broad, whatever, Dudney, Vic. But would that be fair to say? Like, is it that, so as it's proposed, that it's too restrictive? Like, if you're going to open it up for warehouse, why wouldn't you open up South Albert, is basically your point.
Yes, so when this was in City Council on 14th of February, there was discussion about the removal of the entire office policy as it exists today. There was a report that was done last year, and there was a stakeholders letter that listed a list of suggestions, which was quite extensive. I'm sensitive to the well-being of the downtown core, and I appreciate that this motion is taking into consideration the warehouse district, because I think there's some buildings there that could be converted to nice offices. I'm not looking to disrupt the whole office policy as it exists, but I do believe that there is already currently provisions in the OCP to consider defined urban corridors, which is Albert Street, sections of Broad Street, sections of Rochdale, and then also sections of Victoria Avenue, that in any other major city in Canada, you'll see medium office along arterial corridors. So I would ask that that be considered in this motion as well.
You may have broached this with the city administration already, but could a proposal such as yours fall within a discretionary use exemption or something? Is that what you'd be required to seek in order to have it move forward, or?
So currently, you could pursue a discretionary use application for this type of development. Now, that's very cumbersome. And as far as dealing with national tenants, the head of real estate for those companies, when you explain to them, no, you can't invest millions of dollars on this property, we actually have to go through this process, and there's no guarantee whether we succeed in being able to proceed on the development after 6 or 8 months. It pushes people away from pursuing those type of opportunities. So what we were looking for here is to make it allowable. It is, to my understanding, I think London has certain characteristics of our office policy, but aside from that, every other major city in Canada, the project that I'm proposing would be allowable on a major arterial road.
Very interesting. Thank you. I appreciated your presentation.
Thank you.
Great. I see no more questions. You may return to the gallery.
Andrew, just think, Councillor Stevens.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
Sorry, I'm in transit here, and I've got a lot of stuff going on at once. So just have one question for the delegate, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So in the specific question towards the limitations you talked about, what is the what are the specific limitations that stops your development from going forward?
Thank you. Yeah, so as we discussed here, there's only an allowable 10,700 square feet available for development outside the central business district for undesignated office. And My office, or my proposed building would have 40,000 square feet, so I bump up against that allowable threshold.
Okay, thank you. I'm good with that. No more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Judith, you're up.
Good, okay. Good evening, Regina Planning Commission members. My name is Judith Verisek. I'm the Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. We represent the properties and property owners and business owners within our downtown. Boundaries go from Sass Drive to 13th and then from Osler to Angus to Halifax. So, yeah. This office development policy has obviously been in place since 2012, and for a while there it was being reviewed every year, every other year, and our organization has been consistent in its support for this policy. We continue to endorse the city's current office development policies contained in Section D5 of the OCP. Given the current office vacancy rate in downtown Regina, the current office vacancy rate in suburban Regina, the recent announcement of the loss of a major retail tenant in downtown, the significant impact of ongoing construction throughout downtown Regina on our businesses, and the lingering impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, downtown Regina needs to remain a priority for revitalization and investment. As such, RDBID supports the policy's continued application and strongly urges that no further office development be permitted elsewhere in the city except within the downtown central city office area, or as may otherwise be permitted by the policy, until such time as downtown vacancy falls below the established policy of threshold of 6.5%. Recognizing the warehouse district as an integral part of the city center area, Regina Downtown supports the extension of the existing office policy boundary into the center area of the warehouse district bound by 5th Avenue, 8th Avenue, McIntyre Street, and Rose Street. This will allow for further adaptive reuse of former industrial use buildings into more modern uses in the future. Downtown Regina is the primary employment base and hub of economic activity in the city and is one of the greatest assets defined in the Regina Downtown Neighborhood Plan. As such, RDBID fervently supports the continued application of the office development policy along with the recommended changes to include the center area of the warehouse district. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Judith, just so I can interpret your position clearly, you're in support of the report and the recommendations, which aligns with what you've just described. Is that correct?
No. RDBID is, I'm looking at page 3 of your report.
Okay.
Technically, we are in support of status quo with support for the extension into the warehouse district. So half of option 1 plus number 2. Does that make sense?
Okay. All right. So
Okay.
just to be clear, you're not in support of any of these neatly packaged?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you. It seems to me, and I don't want to get too far away from what we're proposing, but it seems to me that with the vacancy rates what they are in downtown office, there's going to need to be strategies for downtown office, sort of regardless of what happens outside of downtown. And I'm curious, are those conversations happening? And can those conversations come to include sort of the removal of restriction of downtown office by way of protection? Or is that going to continue to be the strategy that the RDBID continues to propose and support going forward so far as you can help?
Through the chair, I think that's a great question. And when this originally came to City Council back in February, there was a third part to the motion. What you're dealing with today is the first two parts. The third part was the exploration of intensification incentives for downtown to kind of come at it from, I guess, a proactive standpoint and incentivize development in downtown. Our organization is doing some research, and we're going to be working with administration on that report, which I understand will be coming forward to council. I'm not sure which committee. I think it's September, so that's, administration can confirm that.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Thank you.
Maynard, go ahead, please.
Thanks very much through the chair. Thank you for the presentation.
Hi.
My question is, well, let me first of all just make this observation. It would seem that the presenters this evening, whether opposed or in favor of the recommended changes, all have the same objective. That's what it would seem to me. It's just that they don't agree on whether these changes would have the desired outcome. Given the current policy that exists, and if we can assume that the numbers that have been provided for us say that it hasn't been that good, with the current policy, are you of the position then that this policy change would make it even worse? I mean, I guess you must be, but I'd like to hear that from you with a little bit of explanation.
Through the chair, yes, I represent the board, and the board has expressed the opinion that it would make it worse. At this point in time, we have a lot of landlords that are struggling to hold on to tenants, tenants who are looking for perhaps places with free parking for their employees or customers, places that maybe don't need as much upkeep or have as much operating costs as some of the locations downtown, just because of the nature of the age of some of the buildings downtown. So there is a legitimate fear that some of the office towers downtown would lose tenants to go locate in other places, other office developments in the community, should they be allowed to occur.
So then let me ask this question as well. Again, I think the response would be a bit subjective, but what then if, again, if we can assume that lots of other jurisdictions in Canada have the policy that is largely being recommended this evening, what makes Regina different?
Through the chair, in 2013, we participated in a Canada-wide study, really focused on the value of investing in Canadian downtowns. And I think we were in round 2, but overall there was probably about 13 cities, all different sizes. So Victoria, Red Deer, Calgary, Edmonton, ourselves. It wasn't just all the big cities. And at that time, we shared with them the office development policy that we had in place. And it was held up as a best practice by the Canadian Urban Institute at that time. So I think what we were seeing in a lot of other cities was, I guess, loss of office and employment base in their downtown to suburban office areas, suburban, I guess, more transportation corridors. Okay. And if we're really focused on the densification and urbanization of our city and really focused on the flourishing of our central city, we should be making densification easier. We should be promoting it. And I think the time of the development of the policy, they were trying to kind of curb that, direct the traffic to downtown.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions. Thanks a lot, Judith.
Thank you.
Oh, almost. Okay.
You almost got it, but just I mean, just to follow up on that, because I'm quite interested in your perspective from the association's perspective, but, I mean, in a sense, I almost feel like there's probably a need to revisit the entire downtown revitalization policy writ large, as opposed to this specific policy. Like, I'm hearing lots of, some interest in, loss of major tenants, dealing with post-COVID changes in the labor force, interest in densification and residential options downtown. I can give you another big one too, where I know there is huge demand but isn't accommodated anywhere, and that's on reserve urban commercial office space, of which we have almost none, and there's huge demand for it, and so on and so forth. So my question to you would be, have we got the wrong tool for the wrong, problem? Have we got the wrong tool for the wrong problem here?
Through the chair, I think that's a great question. Downtowns across North America, not just here, are very complex, and I think they've gotten more complex since the pandemic because it's changed a lot of employment patterns, it's changed a lot of consumer patterns. So you're right in that there's not a quick fix, there's not the magic bullet that's going to solve all the ills. There's a lot of different layers that need to be addressed concurrently. So it's like everything, everywhere, all at once. And a lot of those solutions are extremely diverse and need to be tackled by different entities, whether it's the Regina Police Service, whether it's the BID, whether it's the city, whether it's private developers. So the idea of developing kind of relooking at the Regina Downtown Neighborhood Plan and revisiting it and making it more applicable to the situation we're facing now is, I think, a very valid one. In 2022, BID worked on, my organization worked on a downtown vision plan that was very focused on business and had some recommendations for City of Regina administration in terms of planning and development policies. So we continue to work through that with them. Clearly, the administration has to balance what we're recommending with, their overarching responsibility to the city. So we're here to advocate for downtown. We're passionate about downtown. We want to make sure that the importance of downtown is understood by every citizen in this city. Because without downtown, so goes the city, right? I think some of us are a little bit longer in the tooth, and we remember what Detroit looked like in 1990s and early 2000s. I used to work there, so I know exactly what it looked like. And I'm very nervous about something similar happening here, where there was a lot of flight from what was traditionally your central business district into suburban office areas or into neighboring communities. So something we're desperately trying to address. Now, if we are able to work on, I guess, a more comprehensive downtown strategy, yes, absolutely, we should be looking at everything that is in place now and reassessing whether or not it is still appropriate. But for the meantime, until we are doing that work, I would suggest we don't touch it, given, I guess, the massive blows downtown is taking right now. I mean, the construction, much needed, huge impact on tenants and employees wanting to come downtown. We're kind of challenged with, the impending loss of the Bay and other various vacancies, storefront vacancies. We know some of the construction has impacted the Cornwall Center. Their sales are down. Other smaller businesses, they're telling us their sales are down 80% due to construction. So I just feel like we need to be able to get our feet underneath us for a little bit, and then let's take a look at this and see really what's best.
In the medium term, though, the rail yard revitalization does potentially present an opportunity for the downtown too, to the extent it can be integrated with downtown, which I sense is maybe underlying that you were somewhat amenable to extending the boundary of the downtown area. I think you said to Fifth Avenue, which I'm surprised you went as far north as that, but.
So, through the chair, I think you're talking about the donut hole.
Yeah.
It's in the middle of warehouse, so I believe office is allowed along, is it Fourth? It's definitely allowed along Albert and Broad and then Britney, but there's that chunk in the middle, so I call it the donut hole. But there are some significant vacant light industrial that are amenable to conversion to office, and with the demand for that type of architecture and those cool funky spaces, I think that's something that we should support in our central city, and that's why our board was okay with that. You're talking about the yards and massive development happening on there if and when. Now the yards are outside of our district. However, if and when a development is proposed for that site, we definitely enter into conversations with our neighbors to the north. And, I think together we're very supportive of Central City. And I think we'd have to have a conversation, but we've been pretty good about supporting each other, knowing that we're kind of in this together. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll entertain one more and the final delegation for this issue before we take our mandatory break. Mitch, please come on down.
Good evening, and thanks for hearing all of us out. It's Friday night, and the Oilers are hopefully winning. Not so sure about that. If anybody knows, I'd take a break to. No, 1-0 Oilers. That's good. That's a good start. That is a great start to my presentation. I guess I'd like to start by introduce myself, Mitch Molnar. And to differentiate some of the hats that I wear in the community. I'm currently on the board of the Downtown Business Improvement District. I'm currently on the board of Economic Development Regina. I had the pleasure of co-chairing the Mayor's Efficiency and COVID Recovery Task Force. I did that with Andrew 2-3 years ago, I guess now, and I have to say we sometimes don't see eye to eye, but I am sorry to see you leave council. So I would like to, and my job, what I do as a private citizen, I'm a developer. We control about almost between 1.7 million and 2 million square feet in Saskatchewan. It involves downtown office, suburban office. I'm heavily involved in Saskatoon, so if anybody would like to have a conversation about what Saskatoon does for their downtown, they have a completely different office policy. Happy to have that conversation, but I think that I would like to, as opposed to be specific, I'd like to talk more holistically about our downtown, about our office policy, and about how we got there. Nobody would probably start off by saying we're going to build a community and we're going to have an 80-20 office split. But back 70s, 80s, it was agreement between the Crowns and some of the major agencies, government agencies, and the city of Regina that we were going to develop this downtown core. And I think that's how we came up with this vibrant downtown core that became the home of 30-some thousand employees coming into the core. It was the cultural hub of Regina. It was an important economic place, for the community, and it represented the best of what downtown should be. Since then, and to be clear, we've had different forms of office policies prior to 2012. So there's been different machinations of what it took to get the downtown to where it is and what it takes to keep it alive. But I think the important thing we need to remember is that if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. In Regina, with a lack of investment in the downtown, from a civic point of view, infrastructure, civic facilities, you know, the library needs renewal, perhaps an entertainment facility needs renewal. Without those sorts of investments, which, by the way, is what Saskatoon is doing to keep their downtown alive in lieu of an office policy and at quite great expense these days, I think that we need to really think about holistically about what is our downtown, is it important to us, what are all the tools we have in the toolbox, not just the hammer, which is the office policy. But I think given the current environment that we're dealing with, to open up the office policy, I have reservations about the warehouse. I think it functions well for what it does right now. I'm not opposed to it having some sort of additional office component. Excuse me, but we do have to remember that it is allowed that we can, any size of historic building conversion to office can happen in the warehouse district. So we have to keep that in mind. I think that to open it up otherwise, without any other tools in our toolbox to protect the downtown as our cultural hub, I mean, nobody ever goes to a community and says, let's go to the suburbs and see what this place is all about. They want to go downtown. They want to see who works downtown, what are the entertainment values downtown. Let's go eat, let's go experience this community in downtown. And I think that whatever we do, whatever we decide to do, I think it's really important to protect the downtown. I know that the part of the presentation or part of the report to council that's going to be coming forward is incentives for the downtown. But in lieu of knowing what those incentives look like, the downtown is in very dire condition. We've got office buildings paying $300,000 in taxes with 150 feet of frontage, and then we can't get our sidewalks fixed. Like, it's those sorts of, you know, issues that are prevalent now. As Judith mentioned, we've got construction downtown. If I have a tenant's lease that is expiring in the next 3 years, and they're a small tenant, and most of my tenants are smaller tenants, less than 20,000 feet, they're going to look for an escape hatch. And currently, the policy allows anything under 10,000 feet to be allowed. If not for the vacancy criteria of the current office policy, we have several office nodes identified in identified in Regina that could function as alternative locations to office. And I was really hoping to come and have a conversation with you, seeing that I'm kind of the cagey old veteran in the room, and that you know, maybe just try to answer some of your questions and try to understand what the problem we're trying to solve here is, without you know, throwing out the one current policy tool that we have that's very important to us to protect what is a failing asset of the city, which, by the way, at one point in time, off of 1% of the land value or the land mass of Regina, provided up to 10% of the property taxes. Those assessed values are diving, and that property tax has to come from somewhere. So, thank you. Hopefully you'll have some questions and we can have some dialogue.
Great. Question from commission? Christopher, yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
just to be clear, I sense, because I really value your experience, including with the Economic Development Regina Board, but I sense you're saying that the timing just isn't right in absence of broader discussion or consideration of other downtown revitalization policies and incentives. I mean, is that fair to say?
I think that's absolutely right, and I think it's really interesting that we've got a major employer in town that has the opportunity to bring employees here because Regina has certain economic benefits, cost of housing, cost of living, you know, easy to commute around, you know, those sorts of things. But it's interesting that with our lack of civic infrastructure, it's difficult for them to make those employees sticky. So we can get them to move to Regina, and they'll hang around for a couple of years, but they kind of come here and they realize that maybe it's not for me. we're lacking some cultural options. We seem to get a little down on ourselves and can't move forward with some of our civic, the things we need civically to make our community livable and thrive. And so, yeah, the downtown's important, but it's in a really tough spot. And coming out of COVID, real estate had a little bit of a break because you had the protection of lease term. So during COVID, a lot of your buildings had lease terms, so that even if the office space wasn't being utilized, it was you were getting rent, or you'd worked out some sort of arrangement with your tenant. Now all those leases are coming due, and those tenants are really reassessing their space needs. And only now are we feeling the effects of COVID and work from home policies. And I think, just recently, the cooperators have put 30,000 feet per sublease up in their space at Sherwood Place. Most of Canada Life building is up for sublease, 90,000 feet there. So there's a lot of vacant properties, and if you try to fix it in the way that, let's say, Calgary's trying to fix, it's costing them $75 a foot of incentive from the city to ask somebody to convert a building to residential. That's after the developer or the property owner has probably taken it on the chops already to devalue his property enough to start building it back up into a residential conversion. So there's a whole raft of economic reasons why we could go, why it's really just not, it's a very difficult time, and to make a change to the office policy, I think, would just be one more cut, one more thin edge of the wedge, if you will.
Just one really quick follow-up question, because I know we're trying to move on, but on the flip side, is the policy, is the risk that we actually are limiting business development growth outside of the downtown, as per Robert's presentation, and as per, would your sense be that, to maintain the policy for the sake of the downtown is also in some ways, you're cutting off, one hand to save your arm, or
I think that yes, Robert's project would produce taxes off of a $25 million investment. I don't know what the assessed value is of the downtown, but my guess is it's $1 billion. Right. So I think that it's a death by 1,000 cuts, and if you do that, how much money, right now Saskatoon, to build their arena, has spent close to, it's between $40 and $50 million just assembling land, and they have no idea what's going on. Every year, they spend X amount of dollars of their parking revenue in the downtown. They're going through great lengths to make sure, lack of an office policy, that they're making other investments. And I think that if we see our downtown deteriorate further, the amount of money that it's going to take to revive it will be astronomical. And the other problem too is that office growth in Saskatchewan, we hate to say it, our connectivity to the rest of the world is poor. Our climate is poor. So most of the growth that we see in office is organic. I don't think that we can pretend, unless it's a fertilizer company or an office space that's related to the upgrader or crush plant, all welcome things. But unless it's that sort of office use, you're not going to entice some major national corporation to move their offices to Regina. It's just not going to happen. So our office growth here is very organic. It's very slow. And I think we have to keep that in mind too, that really dictates how our demand, ratchets up and how much absorption our marketplace can actually have.
Understood.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Through the chair, so in a worst case scenario, if the policy went away, what would change? How would you see that rolling forward? How would you see that impacting detriment to the detriment of the downtown?
Well, without being too dramatic, rats off a ship. I mean, we've got construction downtown for the next 4 years. We've got a moratorium on parking, which I think is a little ironic because we refuse to invest in civic parking infrastructure in Regina. And as much of of an advocate of transit that anybody could be. I agree with transit, it's important. But until we hit a critical mass of probably 500,000 people, our transit system's not going to function very well. So parking, we're a commuter-based, car-based, car-centric, economy, community. I think that poses a problem. It's a real risk. So yeah, I think without other levers to pull, if we were to abandon the office policy, it would not be good. Full stop.
Through the chair, what other initiatives or things could we do to revitalize the downtown that would help support office downtown? Like, is there other policies that you see?
Incentive policies are interesting. I don't think that the community, with all respect to administration or to council, realizes the cost of keeping an office building full. And I think that assuredness of policy is probably the best policy. There isn't enough money that the city could spend to help a developer keep his buildings full. I'm not sure, tax holidays for residential conversion would be great. Residential conversion, when I look at our office, at the quality of our current building stock, those conversions are very difficult. And quite frankly, when I look at the other issues we're facing in our downtown, in particular security issues, even if you had a building that you could finance for, you get financed and incentivized for people to move into, I don't know, I quite frankly don't think the demand is there for downtown residential conversions, which is unfortunate.
That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you very much.
Brent, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So we've heard from a number of delegates tonight that the downtown seems to be in a really dire strait, but the report that was provided for commission didn't really give us any context to those numbers, and based off of your comments so far, it seems like you might have some idea of where sort of maybe a healthy vacancy rate is for offices downtown and where we would be in comparison to our peer cities. So I just wondering if maybe you could provide me context to what those numbers actually mean.
Sure. I think that most people in the real estate industry, if you're a building owner, you think that 1% is a really healthy vacancy rate. If you're an industry expert, you probably think something in the neighborhood of 6 to 8% is a healthy vacancy rate. That allows tenants to expand and move around in the marketplace, so they're probably correct. I think that other communities are Saskatoon is about the same as we are, I think. Their suburban office might be a little bit less, their downtown office. They suffered from the same sort of, it doesn't take a lot of new supply to upset the office market. In Regina, it was a couple of new office buildings coupled with the effects of COVID that upset the office market. The last time the office market looked this bad, it took us about 20 years of organic growth to recover, just by example. We were converting buildings around the turn 2000s, late 1990s, 2000s. That's the last time we had big building conversions into residential. So to give you an idea, it's been a long time. I think Saskatoon, we're just redeveloping a downtown office building there. It's right across from the new library. It's a couple of blocks away from where they're assembling land for the new civic center, and I think that's very helpful, but that comes at a great cost, if not to the developer, then to the community. So I think most communities are suffering from large downtown vacancy. What they don't have, and Judith spoke to it, is the benefit of having an office policy like we have. We have at least one lever we can pull without blowing our brains out from a taxation perspective. Nobody in Regina wants to say, in 10 years, man, we missed the boat, we got rid of the office policy, now we have to spend $100 million downtown, or some such number. And not to be dramatic, but Judith is pretty correct. It's pretty dire. The absorption of this year is probably 20,000 feet in downtown Regina on I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of vacancy. So it doesn't pencil out very good. We're into this cycle for a long term unless we have big investment. And you're right, the office policy is not the one thing that's going to save us, and I think lots of presenters have spoken to that, but it's certainly the one lever we have right now. Without a big plan of incentivizing and spending a bunch of money on infrastructure, it's the best solution we've got now until we figure out the solution.
Mitch, I just want to make sure I'm not misinterpreting anything you're saying. It's essentially, like, when it comes down to the function of our options, you're into pure status quo, so don't adjust anything. And that includes not advancing these changes for the warehouse district and not allowing for flexibility for unique developments, correct?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to get stuck on this one because I'm not, being on EDR, and not, well, just as a private citizen, right? I want to see our community grow. I want to see more tax dollars so that we can deliver more services that people want. And that's a big stumbling block in the downtown because it represents such a big chunk of tax revenue that we need to preserve. It's like it's your best, if it was my portfolio, it'd be my best asset. I would love that thing and make sure it keeps producing that golden egg, right? But we haven't done that with the downtown, and frankly, we've neglected it for a number of years. So I want to say that, yes, I don't want anything else to happen without some other incentives or policies. But if Cargill came and said, we'd really love to build 100,000 feet, we've got great things happening in Saskatchewan, we would be foolish as a community and as a community of developers and real estate people and people that pay taxes and people that live here to say that's not a reasonable thing to do. And we would find a way to get that done. Right. So I'm not against that sort of investment. I have mixed emotions about the warehouse district. I think that it can provide a really unique environment for the right kinds of companies. Do I think anybody will build a 50,000 square foot in the middle of the warehouse district? No, not anytime soon. So we can allow it, but I think it's a false promise. I don't think the economics are there. But if we want to start calling it the greater downtown, then sure, let's do that and hope that all the other good things that we hope to happen in the next 10 years in Regina drag it along. Unfortunately, corridor development. We've got office nodes identified in Harbor Landing, around the university, in North Pasqua, and also in the East End. When the office market is at the right vacancy level, as it was in the past. I own one of those suburban office buildings. Those suburban office buildings got built. All of those lands didn't get built out. There was very limited demand for it. Out of the 160,000 feet that could be built in Harbor Landing, only 3/4 of it were built. So it's a really, it's a supply demand, and I don't think that we need to push the envelope. We've got an office policy that is malleable enough to help us achieve with the things we need to achieve in the near term.
Okay. And just in terms of the broader discussion, it sounds like we need to see this through the lens of downtown revitalization. Mm-hmm. And if we put together a package of investments to that end, and they were yielding some success, or at least in motion, that's when you would argue, that's when we'd have a conversation about the downtown policy in a serious way.
Nothing would make me happier than to say, we don't need a policy. But unfortunately, size of our community, our current economic status, coming out of COVID, condition of our infrastructure, condition of our cultural assets, it's a bridge too far right now, for sure.
Okay. Final question. Can you comment on the economics of offices downtown versus elsewhere? Like, when I think of downtown offices, there's a whole bunch of different kinds. There's beautiful buildings. Mm-hmm. There's also like the hill towers, right? I'm imagining not everybody would see themselves being able to afford or fit into those spaces. So maybe a suburban office is actually more economical, or something in the warehouse district.
Well, it's interesting. So I think that when you talk about office space, you need to talk about the gross cost of the space. So the cost of not only the net rent that goes to the landlord, but the cost of operating the facilities as well as the cost of parking. So if I could take two of my buildings and compare them, which I will for you, sorry to bore you, but I've got a downtown office building. By the time I pay my taxes, my elevator costs, unfortunately these days I've got $1 some a foot to pay for security. Those costs are about $18. My net rents in this particular building that I'm talking about are about $14. And then on top of that, I need to get about $3 if I have parking stalls available, or sometimes I use transit or not. We'll leave the parking out of it for now. So that's $32 a square foot. My office building in Harbor Landing, I am getting less money than I used to get there, because in order to retain those tenants, I'm lowering their rent. But my average tenant out there is paying $20, $21 a square foot. Their operating costs are lower, but they're probably $10 to $12 a square foot, and the parking's free. So all in all, I mean, the cost of existing buildings are about the same.
Okay.
If you build new, the economics go out the window, because now you need, I think, well over $30 net for a new building, regardless of the location. And naturally, downtown office operating costs are just higher. It's just more expensive to run buildings with elevators. You need more sophisticated mechanical systems if it's a high rise, so that you've got a cost of a building operator, which you may not have in a low rise suburban building. So it varies, but.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I don't see any more questions from commission, so thanks a lot, Mitch.
Great,
may
thank you very
return.
much.
Yeah. So we're a little bit past our mandatory break. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break. I'm going to have a little heart-to-heart with commission about our future tonight. I know one person has to leave, so let's come back at 5 after 8, and we'll see where we're at. All right. Okay, we're back. I'll turn the floor over to Deb Bryden and introduce the report.
Thank you. Good evening. In February of 2024, Councillor Findura brought a motion forward to Council for discussion, and then City Council directed administration at their meeting to prepare a report for RPC and Council that would, with policy amendments, that would address two main changes to the office policy. Medium office buildings would be permitted to locate in the warehouse district, and flexibility would be provided for unique opportunities through contract zoning considered on a case-by-case basis. The proposed OCP amendments are summarized in this report to meet these two requirements. Further outlined in, zoning amendments to support these changes are also outlined in Appendix E, and other related amendments have been included to implement existing policies related to industrial office and heritage buildings, and minor changes to aspects like the definition of office. The report identifies other options should RPC and Council pursue an alternative approach. We'd also like to acknowledge that we know there is a lot of work required to support the downtown. The city as a whole is looking at opportunities to improve downtown, including development and housing incentives, improving transit and connectivity for active modes of transportation, implementing the community safety and well-being plan, and investing in transformational infrastructure projects. That said, revitalizing downtown will take time. I might add that administration is currently working, as indicated by Ms. Vereshchuk, with RD Bid and Economic Development Regina to bring forward some conversation, likely in September, about incentives or other supports for the downtown. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Perfect, thank you. All right, who'd like to move this?
No, I don't want to.
No, okay, yeah. Almost. Someone's got to do it. It's lonely over there, you sure? I can't do it. Come on, people. Thank you. This is why you're here. Yeah, thank you.
So I guess that means I'm up first to just ask a question. The one question I just have is that, let's just say that there's no change. That doesn't mean that council, i.e. through the commission or through officials initially, couldn't explore or look to approve a new office development on a one-time basis, right? Is that correct?
Through the chair, I think what I would say is at this point in time, if a unique, obvious, hugely beneficial opportunity came forward for Regina, we would never say no. We have a policy in place that, we just can't support that. Having said that, there is a process that would have to take place, and policy amendments would be required in order to allow that, and it would be, obviously a very public conversation.
I see. So really there isn't an existing mechanism to approve a new office building outside the policy? Yeah.
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you. That's excellent clarification.
Jordan, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment that I find myself surprised that I will probably be supporting the status quo in this piece. For one, I will be very unlikely to support a way forward that is reliant on contract zones, more or less for the reason that you pointed out, which is if something came along that was sufficiently unique and sufficiently important, we would figure out how to get it, even if we didn't have a policy that says we could use contract zones to do that. We would do that anyway, and unless we had that, a contract zone policy would essentially be, they come, we don't find a reason to say no, and it ends up just being offices are allowed or they're not. And I would much rather see something that's more comprehensive before we go down that road. So I think I'm going to support the status quo option because this does not feel to me like a comprehensive way to move forward to address substantial difficulty downtown, substantial difficulty with offices in general throughout the city. I tried to get rid of the difference between professional office and industry office 8 years ago. I still favor your attempt to do that, but that's about the only thing that I think that I can like right off the cuff support right now. I'm kind of being silly. I'm not going to propose that apropos of nothing. I think unless we have something that's a little more comprehensive. And then my only other comment would be that I hope that I'm not read as being supportive of the office policy as a way to protect downtown office. And I'll be looking to the RD bid to propose something more substantial than a request for a protective policy. A bunch of offices that are only allowed to build downtown is not a cool downtown. And so I want a more comprehensive policy from everybody before I'm willing to put my name on support, and I'm just not seeing it here. I think a lot of people did good work. I appreciate what the administration brought forward. I appreciate what the delegates said. But I think here it looks like we're scrambling. It looks like we're being reactive. And I fear that in a year, we'll either see an attempt to put the genie back in the bottle that we let out today, or we'll be scrambling to just fast track the process that we're doing now. And I would much rather try and get it right and come back with something more comprehensive. Thank you.
Just a procedural point. So to advance that interest, you will vote against the motion. And then if it fails, the expectation would be that that option is put back on. So when I ask someone to move it, unless you say otherwise, the assumption is you're just moving the recommended option. So just for future reference. And so if you're looking for status quo,
I think
that
I will be, because I didn't move, right?
No.
So
Christopher moved it,
yeah.
and a presumption was you're moving it with the recommendation, Christopher, which is option 1.
Yeah, well.
It will simplify things, but you don't support that.
I don't
want
support,
status quo.
And I will be voting against the recommendation. Yes.
And by that, if this fails, I will then put this back on the floor with the option 2 option.
Great.
Option 2. Yeah, that's fine. But we have option 1 on the table right now. Yeah. Okay. Go to Maynard. Go ahead, please.
So if this is a point of order, just a question for clarity, because we dealt with this at the last motion as well. If the motion had not been made, can I ask, would it have been achieved the same result if one of us would have just made the motion that we accept option 2? Would we get the same result with less confusion, or is that more?
Yeah, that's yeah. So if you moved option 2 from the start, like if that was the actual motion, that's what we'd be talking about.
Okay.
Now the mover I think they can withdraw. Yeah, please. Got the experts here.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there would be a couple options here. Right now, the the option 1 is on the floor, and that's concurrence with the recommendation that's contained in the report. If that were to fail, then we would need to move a different option to the floor. We can't, while option 1 is on the floor, we cannot move something that is contrary to the motion on the floor. So in order for a contrary motion to go forward, such as status quo or one of the other options, either the option currently on the floor, option 1, the recommendation, would need to be voted on and failed, or lost, and then another motion moved, or the mover would need to withdraw their motion of concurrence and then a new motion be moved. So those would be the options available to the commission.
Yeah, it can be like a choose your own adventure approach, yeah.
And just for educational purposes again, so is it possible to make an amendment to the recommended option as well? So I could.
Yeah, as long as it's not contrary.
Right, yeah. I got you. Thank you.
What I would suggest, if you do so, put the idea out there and get a response to what the logistics of that amendment might look like from an administrative standpoint, and then put it out there, yeah.
Yeah, so as an example, just speaking hypothetically, I could have motioned that, sorry, no, it wouldn't have worked anyway, but, I mean, my sense on this is that, given that there seems to be strong demand and already wheels in motion for a fulsome downtown revitalization white paper that includes a variety of other individuals that would be consulted, that the actual policy form part of that white paper that may come forward theoretically, possibly in September, but that would require this option to fail, and then I could move option 2 status quo with an amendment saying that it formed part of a white paper on a downtown revitalization set of incentives, right?
Yeah, so we could, that's an option. Alternatively, and I might look to administration, is you could table it to such time that the rest of the work is done and comes before council. So at that point, I would ask administration, if we were to table it, bring this back in conjunction with other work being done on downtown, what would that look like? What are the consequences?
Thank you, through the chair. So I would like to provide a little bit of clarification. We will not be bringing a white paper on the downtown, like.
Right. Sorry, that was my
in 3
turn.
months.
Yeah, yeah.
So the work that's happening for September is more related to some of the things, tying together some of the work that's already either occurring for the downtown and including potential incentives or policies that would support it. But it's not an overarching big white paper. If this was tabled tonight and said, bring this back for conversation at the same time as that incentive conversation, I think that would be fine. Like,
if I could, would that come to planning, or would that incentivization just go to committee and then council?
Well, incentives would typically go to city council.
Okay, so I mean, the
Or
point
to
is, we
executive committee.
you'll never see
Might not
that.
see it.
Yeah, but it would come through the machine and into executive. Yeah, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, just from a procedural standpoint, the commission could also, let me think about this for a second, it could recommend that city council table, if that initial motion was withdrawn, it could recommend that city council table the item until such a time that the downtown incentivization report, and then when it went to city council on June 12th, city council would either confirm that yes, they want to table that and bring it together with that incentivization report, or they could refer it back to us for a different motion.
All right, let's get to work
So
on
can
that.
I withdraw my motion to?
Okay, if I could, further to the implication question, for the warehouse district, is there a risk that potential applications banking on this policy reform might be disrupted? I just want to know what the ripple effect might be if there's already businesses interested.
Through the chair, at this point in time, administration is not aware of any applications
Okay.
that are sitting in the hopper waiting for a policy change like this for the
Okay.
warehouse.
All right, and so I think Martha will be working on that motion right now, and essentially it's the recommendation to council that we table these recommendations until such time as council is able to review the downtown incentivization policy. Is that a fair summation?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the motion we're going to be working on. Jordan, would you like to speak to it?
I would like to speak to that. I guess, I would still like to register, I don't know when, I don't know if now's the time or if
You
we
did
should
it
see
well,
until
yeah.
we come back, but I'd still like to register that I do not think this is an appropriate use of contract zones. And so if we table it to council, if they decide to consider it, I think we should, I mean, I'm happy to talk about it, but I would like council to know that either way when they see it.
That has been stated on the record and it's clear. What I would ask in follow-up is send me a written position if you could, and I'll make sure that that's read into the record when it comes to council.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, Christopher has withdrawn his original motion and put that on the floor.
Yeah, that's just fine, Martha. Thank you so much for that suggestion.
Okay. So that is the motion on the floor. Anybody wish to speak to it or ask questions of administration regarding the implications? Go ahead, John.
Can administration provide any color on what the downtown incentivization report is? Further explanation.
Through the chair, at the same time as we were given direction to bring this report forward, we were also requested to bring forward a conversation about different types of incentives that would support the downtown, and also consult with downtown Regina bid in order to work on those. And then we are also consulting with EDR. And perhaps Chamber of Commerce. Oh, sorry, pardon me, and the warehouse district as well.
Okay, through the chair, was any part of that report to look at zoning in the downtown, or revising zoning in any way?
Through the chair, no, that would not be regarding zoning in the downtown. We are currently working with the warehouse bid, although I will add, we are currently working with the warehouse bid on implementation of their zoning plan, their vision plan that they've adopted recently. And so at some point in time, I expect some adjustments coming forward for that, but this particular report won't speak to that.
Okay, that's all I need right now. Thanks.
Terrific. I see no more speakers. I don't see anyone online. I assume, and I would actually encourage the delegates who spoke today, because you can't get back up, it would be great if you could comment on what we're about to do between now and council. Actually, council would really appreciate the feedback on what's going to be voted on. All right, let's vote.
Through Mr. Chair, the motion is what's on the screen there, that the Regina Planning Commission recommend that City Council table the report until such a time that the downtown incentivization report is brought for its consideration. Member Adams.
Approve.
Member Aston.
In favor.
Member Gaser.
In favor.
Member Kopis.
In favor.
Member Sontag.
In favor.
Member Hopkins.
In favor.
Member Wilson.
In favor.
Mr. Chair.
In favor.
Recommendation for tabling is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now going on to RPC 24-19. We have had a delegate waiting here very patiently for quite some time. Melina Georgiadou, if you could, you've seen this work now. I would encourage you to come up here to the podium. Wonderful. When you can, you have 5 minutes.
I don't have much to say about this, but I immigrated here in Canada, in Regina, and I want to say thank you to the team taking care of my application. I'm chef. I cook for the rest of my whole life. I'm Greek, and I bought a place in Dudney Avenue last year, and it's going to be a restaurant. So I'm interested to make my first restaurant here. I used to always own restaurant back home. My mom used to own a little Greek tavern, and then I took over myself. And then 2010, I opened my own official catering restaurant in Thessaloniki up north. And then the crisis came in Greece, right? Financial. But I made it, so I participated in one of the European Union Women Entrepreneur Program, and I won the first prize, 32,000 euros. And I made it. I saw it as a challenge, not a prize. So after I fall in love, I moved in Canada. I checked in Regina because of the Greek community. And I went through a history that in 1900 was the first Greek people came over here. So I'm like, okay, that's the place I want to be with, you know. Easy city, very friendly. And I was looking for a place to accommodate my skills, you know, it was overpriced for my budget. And I said, okay, I'll buy this place, which is on Dudney Avenue next to Seaspray. And I bought it last year. So I started little by little renovate it, and I discovered this is, it used to be a commercial as well, 1919. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. I was trying to dig more history, what's going on with this building. It's a brick house, like why it's so, like something is not right here. I'm like, and somebody told me that the Seaspray was the bank, and it was the old district downtown. And I didn't know about that. So I'm like, okay, I'm in actually the old district downtown. So I bought my equipment, and I'm looking for divert it as a commercial, so I can build my full licensed restaurant. And it's going to be a school as well. Like sometimes I'm interested to bring the education to the people how to cook instead of going fast food, or, you know, make some kind of like events for people interested to experience the Greek food, you know, the ingredients, the process. So, yeah, bring some skilled people from Greece. They don't want to come in Canada. They think it's very cold, but it's okay. I love Regina, so I found very positive ground here to start my life in Regina. And my good friend, she's behind there. And the amount, I would like to say thank you to them again to the amount of the work of you guys did, Martha, you, and the rest of the team, Tyson, taking care of me. So, yeah, I don't know anything else to say. So,
okay,
and
this
thank
is
you again.
wonderful. Thank you.
It's about culture, about the Greek culture that is dying actually, right? So, I spoke with Mr. Nick, he's struggling to find the right person to, they don't want to come over, and he has struggled to find the right person to cook Greek food. The Greek restaurants are really dying. So they cannot find the right people to come over and support the business. So the business is really, really, really dying. So everybody's happy for my neighbors where I bought the place. Everyone's happy, like that I'm trying to do something for the community there, which is really dying there as well. The community, it's horribly dying. I mean, I've seen people on my lot. I saved a couple of people actually. I complete my with the St. John as a medical first responding course to save some people's life, just to make sure that they are safe. People like need some support a little bit there. So I was thinking about my restaurant will implement the downtown, right? So I need your help.
Thank you so much. That was great.
It is my pleasure. And no, it was a pleasure that I'm waiting you. So no, don't say that.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. It really warmed my heart.
It was a pleasure waiting you. I
And you didn't even
learned
get
the
any pizza.
Canadian way, the city how it works. So
Thank you. I'll see if there's any questions from members of commission. No, I think you made yourself perfectly clear, and I think that was a wonderful last delegation of the day.
thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
anytime.
Thank
So
you.
stick around in the gallery, and then we'll just talk about the report.
Thank you.
All right, RPC 24-19, zoning amendment for 3431 Dudney Avenue. Tyson.
Ben.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if someone was online that was going to join me.
I sent Tyson home.
Okay. All right, look, I got a list here. I go through it. His name is on there. Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we're happy to present this application for rezoning here for you today. And we're happy to report that it's much less complicated than what we've been used to dealing with over the past couple days here. So we are proposing to rezone 3431 Dudney Avenue from RU residential urban to MH mixed high-rise zone. And the purpose of the rezoning is to facilitate a commercial development, which is intended to be a restaurant, as was indicated by the delegation. There is currently no development application being processed, but this rezoning would allow that to happen. Other than that, I can say that the proposed rezoning complies with the neighborhood plan, and really we're just talking about the extension of a zoning boundary from a neighboring property to cover this property to allow for that restaurant development to occur.
Great, thank you. John, go ahead.
Okay, through the chair to the administration, so mixed high-rise seems like a peculiar zone for this development. Maybe I don't understand it completely, but there's no application put forth, but it sounds like a restaurant is what's, and some other ancillary space is what's being desired. Why was mixed high-rise chosen, I guess? The report speaks to it a little bit, but can you give a little bit of color to understand that better?
Sure, yeah, the mixed high-rise zone was chosen really because it would just extend the neighboring zoning boundary over. That intersection was zoned as mixed high-rise because it's the intersection of two arterial streets, so that's kind of the zoning precedent that's set for that little node of the community.
And through the chair, just a final question, is that like an appropriate zoning for that area? Mixed high-rise sounds to me like it would be high-rise. Those are all pretty much lower developments, I guess. Is that just the tool that was available that fitted best?
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, just it speaks to the intent of the zone. If you go into the zoning bylaw, it does speak to the type of street that it could be located on. So, yeah, the term mixed high-rise does tend to send alarm bells off in some cases because it does allow for a little bit more intense development, but ultimately it does support this application, but potentially it could facilitate for a high-rise development at some point in the future. That's not the intent here.
That's everything, thanks.
Great. Maynard, go ahead, please.
Thanks very much. John asked a couple of questions I was curious about as well, but I have one very technical question. Do you know the name of the restaurant?
I haven't been given that information.
What is it? Mikos.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that's going to be great.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, I don't see any other questions. Let's call a vote.
Hey, through you, Mr. Chair. Did we have a mover on this report?
No, we didn't, sorry.
I think we're all a little tired.
John, you want to be the mover?
I'll move that.
Yeah, okay.
I'll also move that we have the next planning commission at the restaurant. So.
There we go.
That would be my vote.
Or at least our first order in from
Yes.
Mikos.
Make sure it's not pizza.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner Aston.
In favor.
Okay. Commissioner Kobus.
In favor.
Commissioner Sundeg.
In favor.
Commissioner Adams.
In favor?
Commissioner Hopkins.
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson.
In favor.
Mr. Chair.
In favor.
And the motion carries unanimously.
Super. One last item. I beg your indulgence to wrap things up here. RPC 24-20, private swimming pool bylaw. I'll ask Autumn to open things up here. Go ahead.
Sounds good. This one's fairly straightforward. So the private swimming pool bylaw, we have one that's existing. It was approved in 2004. We do have a steady stream of swimming pool permits, although it's relatively low. The current bylaw is effective at regulating safety, but there.
Catering.
Okay. Why can't they all be like that?
Yeah.
Anyways, this is a new bylaw to provide opportunities and clarify administrative processes and to continue with safety standards for the benefit of the customers. And we wanted to improve some internal efficiencies. So it's fairly straightforward from our perspective, but it does need to go through Planning Commission and Council because it is a new bylaw.
Thank you. Mover. Brent? Yes. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, let's do some voting.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kobes,
In favor.
Commissioner Sontag,
In favor.
Commissioner Adams,
In favor.
Commissioner Aston,
In favor.
Commissioner Hopkins,
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson,
In favor.
Mr. Chair.
You bet, yeah.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Adjournment, need a motion for this one.
I can make that motion.
There we go, Maynard.
Oh, he's on
Any
the minute
opposed?
now.
Very much for your indulgence.
This